Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Strategic Plan and Budget Committee meeting on November the 29th, 2023. I will now call on Regional Clerk Will Short to perform the roll call. Will.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Deutschmann. Present. Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Chair Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunink. Present. Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Present. Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Councillor Solonen. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Williams. And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinantan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our 6th Strategic Plan and Budget Committee meeting. At our last meeting, we heard from the Grand River Conservation Authority and the Waterloo Region Police. Today, we will take a deep dive into building a resilient and future-ready organization, focusing on the people and supports required to deliver our essential services. We will also talk about operational efficiency and fiscal resilience, as well as technology needed to modernize and improve service delivery. As usual, we have, of course, a lot to cover today. To make sure we can hear from everyone, we will continue with, of course, the one question and one follow-up, and then if you have more questions, we will add you back into the queue. Tonight, we will hear directly from our residents in our final public input session. Before we delve into today's details, a brief reminder that we will have lunch scheduled sometime between 12:30 and 1, during which we'll be taking a half-hour break. With that, I'm going to now pass it over to Craig Dyer, Commissioner of Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer, to deliver the 2024 Plan and Budget presentation. Craig.
So thank you to the chair, and welcome councillors and staff to today's plan and strategic planning and budget committee meeting. As the chair has indicated, we're into meeting number 6 and working our way towards budget approval scheduled for December the 13th. We have a two-part presentation for you today. The first is going to focus on the continued discussion and review of the proposed 2024 operating budget, focusing on our final pillar of the strategic plan with respect to a resilient and future-ready organization. Before we get to that, just a few introduction slides from me. And before we get into a series of presenters, we'll go through operating and capital today, of course. Again, an opportunity for councillors to ask questions and seek clarification on some of the proposals included in the budget. And we will have a series of proposed resolutions related to service expansions. And then we also have a couple of briefing notes on today's agenda, one which relates to a couple of councillor motions that have been made and some feedback that was requested from staff, as well as a briefing note summarizing a number of the requests for information that have been made over the course of the budget process so far, and providing those responses for council's information. You have a growing list of resource material for you to look at with respect to the plan and budget. We've included on this slide links to the preliminary budget book, which includes explanations and descriptions of all the proposed service expansions near the end of that document, and links back to the previous 5 budget committee agendas, and we hope that's helpful for you. And again, we're heading towards the conclusion of this process with today's review, the public input meeting tonight, and then budget day, again, scheduled for December the 13th. So just a reminder that, again, we've prepared motions for various service expansions for today. We continue to track all the amendments that have been made to the budget, and we'll show you that summary in just a moment. And of course, the final budget as amended will come forward for approval on the 13th. And any motions that direct staff to amend the budget during the process can be altered or adjusted in some way on budget day without the need for a notice of motion to reconsider. And finally, just a reminder for you about the process that Council has put in place with respect to the 2024 plan and budget. The operative piece of what you see in front of you is the very first section of this resolution, which is that a motion to amend the final budget will be subject to notice and must be submitted to the regional clerk no later than noon on Monday, December the 4th. That's next Monday. So if there are motions that you're considering with respect to the budget, please submit them to the clerk by noon on Monday. We'll accumulate all of those motions and they'll be presented as part of the agenda for the 13th. And again, just a quick reminder that the discussion that we've had so far through the budget process is all intended to be in alignment with the recently approved regional strategic plan, which has 4 specific pillars, 3 of which we've now gone through in some detail. And again, today's focus on resilient and future-ready organization. So first off, perhaps a little bit of good news from a budget perspective, which doesn't always happen. We have now been able to confirm and finalize assessment growth that has happened over the course of 2023 and which is now available in the assessment base for the 2024 budget. That assessment, which is shown here as an estimate at 2.18%, we can now confirm that 2.18% is the total amount of net weighted assessment growth for the 2024 budget. We have additional information on assessment growth, which will be provided to the Administration and Finance Committee on December the 5th. And that staff report is available on the agenda that has been released for that day. We'll provide some additional context as to where we're seeing the more significant growth, but I can say that it's predominantly within the multi-residential and industrial areas, again, with more details to follow next week. So it's the highest level of assessment growth we've seen, I think, in the last 15 to 20 years. And I think what's encouraging about this slide as you look at it, you can see the upward trend of growth in each year from 2021 through to the current situation. So this is a growth in the previous year for the current year's budget. So when you say 2024, it's the growth that happened in 2023 that's available for the 2024 budget. And so it's the highest level of growth certainly in the last 4 years. The 2021 number, of course, significantly impacted by COVID and MPAC's ability to get out and pick up additional assessment in that year. But the fact that we've seen such a steady increase over the last 4 years is A, I think very encouraging, B, not surprising. When you think back to the various reports that Mr. Regier and his team have brought forward with respect to building permit activity, with respect to investment in the Central Transit Corridor, all of that has pointed to a significant level of assessment growth in the region, and we're seeing it now. And of course, the 2.18% is a net figure because there are, new developments are added to the assessment roll. There are reductions to the assessment roll based on the result of appeals, requests for reconsideration, and other issues. And again, we'll go through that in more detail on Tuesday, December 5th. The key here is that 2.18% is the equivalent of $15 million. And so the way to look at this is, a $15 million adjustment to the budget is possible without a tax rate impact, because we now have a larger assessment base over which to levy the region's levy. And then it happens to varying extents at the local municipalities as well, because this is a region-wide figure. And in the December 5th report, you'll see information about how that growth plays out in individual municipalities. So that takes us then to an updated operating budget status. Because of course we've now factored in the new assessment growth at 2.18%. So currently sitting at about or actually exactly 8%. So this reflects the base budget as tabled back on October the 18th. It reflects the service expansions that have been approved by Budget Committee to date. It includes a minor adjustment related to the Mobility Plus budget, which was a reduction of $300,000. It also includes the recommendations coming out of Community and Health Services Community and Health Services Committee with respect to the plan to end chronic homelessness. That's the addition of $11 million that you see roughly in the middle of that slide. And then we've also included the motion from the last meeting with respect to the addition of $1 million for the Community Capacity Building Fund. So taking all that into account and taking into account a small number of service expansions that remain to come forward over the course of the day today, that would take the region's portion of the budget to about a 9.6% figure. The Police Services Board, I think as you're aware, has approved a budget for 2024 back on November 15th with a $14.4 million levy increase, which now translates into about just under a 4.5% increase on the police side. And when you put those two together and take the weighted average of the two, it gives us an overall budget impact of 8%. Just a reminder of the use of the tax stabilization reserve at about $8.8 million. Our usual approach to the funding of paramedic services expansion, a couple of $1 million relating to the phase-in of a fuel price increase, and $3.2 million for the plan to end chronic homelessness. Those are all reflected in the numbers that you saw in the previous slide. And we thought it was helpful to keep these numbers in front of council in terms of the extent of regional taxpayer funding for services that really should be funded by other sources of revenue, and in most other provinces are funded by provincial revenues. That figure is now topping $191 million at the region, significant increase over 2023. In fact, an even more significant increase when you go back 4 or 5 years to 2019. And this, of course, has traction from an AMO perspective, and the requests, or maybe the demands, if I may say so, with respect to the need for a new fiscal framework between the province of Ontario and its municipalities. And so with that takes us to the start of our review of the final pillar within our strategic plan, the Resilient and Future-Ready Organization. And as part of the plan and budget process that we've undergone over the last few weeks, we've spoken about equitable services, we've spoken about Homes for All, we've spoken about climate-aligned growth. This is the final piece to the puzzle. We know that Ontario municipalities are currently experiencing significant challenges with respect to growing community needs, shifting mandates, and significant fiscal constraints. Looking at growth locally was going to require new thinking, new skills, new collaborations, the use of data and new technologies such as AI and automation. And so the strategy that we're looking to put in place is to create an empowered and people-centered culture, to advance and explore new service models and partnerships to help us achieve the type of fiscal resilience and better service that we're looking for in the future. And we've seen that happen over the last several years with respect to the level of efficiencies and reductions that have been incorporated into various budgets. This is information that we provide on an annual basis to council. It's an exercise that we go through each year as the budget is being developed. And you can see here, if you look across the bottom, you can see the overall level of reductions that were incorporated into budgets between 2019 and 2023. And that totals just over $40 million. And the point here is that this is, it's a significant figure, it's a significant exercise that we go through each year. And if we go to the next slide, we now see the introduction of the 2024 budget, which is another $3.3 million on top of that. And we've provided a bit of a breakdown of where we see this, because it's not it's not found just in one area of the budget, right? It can be new user fees that are put in place. It can be, efficiencies that we find in terms of how we deliver the service. It can be around energy efficiency and utilities. In some cases, there are service level adjustments that factor into this. But overall, it's been a significant reduction over the last several years, and I would say the majority of those savings have been found in the last 3 years when you look at the numbers from 2021 to 2023. And there's a link here to another report that's going to be coming forward to the Administration and Finance Committee on December 5th, which is the results of the recent MBN Canada 2022 study. So this is the Municipal Benchmarking Network, and you'll see in that report that not only has the region scored favorably over the last several years, with respect to the 2022 report, about 75% of the measures the region of Waterloo scores either in the top or the middle third of those particular measures that look at a wide variety of service delivery across municipalities. And I think from a staff perspective, we would say there's a direct link there. The reductions that have been incorporated into budgets in the past have made us more efficient, have allowed for additional service levels to be put in place, and we see that as we head into the 2024 budget as well. So part of the bigger picture of a future-ready, resilient organization is the support that happens behind the scenes. And today we have 3 directors who oversee the provision of services to residents on a daily basis. They're going to speak to you for a few minutes. They're each going to provide a quick look at behind the scenes and the work that needs to take place in order to support seniors, to move residents on transit, and to provide paramedic care to those who are going through life-changing events. So through the chair, unless there's any questions on the presentation so far, I'll now turn it over to Chief John Riches.
Yeah, there is a question, and I think what we'll do is we'll go through as many of the presentations as we can, stop, question, and then go forward. So Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Mr. Dyer, so slide 11 is your funded by provincial revenues slide. And what I would like to know with respect to slide 9, which shows so far the proposed 8%, are we able to say how much of that 8% is because of provincial services that we're funding?
Yes, we can do that calculation.
So if we could do that, I'd like to see that continually presented that way in these reports so that we're able to say to our community, sure, we're showing a slide with a big honking number of us, 170 million or whatever, but what is that in respect of this 8%? Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Carry on, Mr. Dyer.
Okay. With that, Chair, I will turn it over to Chief John Riches. Thank you, John.
Good morning, Regional Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I've been up here a number of times over the last number of months, and this morning, I'd like to talk to you about the services that our paramedics provide to the 650,000 residents of Waterloo Region and visitors to our region. On the slide in front of you there, you see paramedics getting ready to respond to a call. In the top right corner of that slide is one of our paramedics, Justine. She's an 8-year veteran of our service. She is a member of our crowd response team and actually is on the executive, our union executive as well. So she's very involved within our organization. And Justine and her colleagues, as everybody knows and I've reported before, provide critical services to approximately 190 residents every day of the year. So 365 days a year, our teams are in contact with approximately 190 patients every day. And this is, as we all know, important work that this community relies on. But it's fair to say that Justine could not carry out this work without her other regional professionals providing critical support to her and her colleagues. And I'd like to provide an explanation to you, if I may. In order for Justine to provide this service to the community, she relies on our fleet support team in logistics to prepare the ambulance and get it ready for service every day. So when she comes into work, there's an ambulance ready to go that she can jump in and respond to that first call. She relies on our repair techs to maintain our stretchers and our defibrillators and our oxygen equipment. which is also a requirement under the Ambulance Act. She's supported by fleet mechanics who keep the ambulances running safely, doing preventative maintenance and checking on the ambulances when there are breakdowns to make sure we can get those ambulances back into the system to respond to calls. And every day, Justine helps care for this community, and it is also critical that she is cared for in providing paramedic services to the residents. So every time Justine responds to a call, every time she cares for a resident, she does so with the critical support of staff from across this organization. And these critical staff don't just provide that support to paramedic services, but to many other resident-facing services that we provide as well. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Julie, who will talk a little bit more about how those critical support services work at Sunnyside Home and Community Housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Riches. Hello, Regional Council. I'm Julie Wheeler, the Director for Senior Services with the Region of Waterloo. I want to take a moment and tell you a little bit about the people that we serve at Sunnyside Home. At Sunnyside, our goal is to create spaces and places where residents will feel listened to and cared about. And we can't achieve this important goal if we don't also ensure that the people who serve residents of the home also feel listened to and cared about. Behind every PSW that cares for a resident, we leverage support from IT to advance our service through technology and innovation. We receive support from human resources to ensure that grief and post-trauma support is available, to help keep our staff whole, and to ensure that employee health and well-being is at the forefront of our minds. We rely on human resources to ensure that we attract and retain staff and support employees who make a difference each and every day here at the Region of Waterloo. And if I were to put this in context, I would like to cast our minds back just a few short years ago when we were in the midst of the pandemic. The support that we received at Sunnyside Home from staff across the region was never more apparent than that time. In fact, ensuring that we were properly staffed and resourced was the single most important determinant in determining the level of severity of outbreaks for long-term care. It was critical to safety, and it was critical to limiting the loss of life. Regional staff, including administrative staff, ensured that we operated at a full complement and brought in other staff from across the organization to ensure that meals were delivered, laundry was looked after, and residents were cared for. We have some really amazing stories about how the region staff stepped forward in those moments and supported us in our work at Sunnyside. And though many of those faces and people are often not seen, we rely on each and every one of them to ensure that each resident every day is listened to and cared about. So as we speak about a resilient and future-ready organization today, I think it's fitting to highlight those workers and each and every person that stands behind them, ensuring they can do their best work. At this time, I'll hand it over to Doug, who will speak about Grand River Transit.
Thank you, Julie, and hello, Regional Council. Doug Spooner, Director of Transit Services. And similar to John and Julie, I want to paint a more complete picture today of how transit is delivered. We've spoken a lot over the last few months about the unprecedented demand for transit, and I'll continue to thank the GRT team for their hard work. But to meet this demand, we continue to travel millions of kilometers each year with a fleet of more than 270 conventional and 35 specialized vehicles, along with 560 bus shelters, and I haven't even told you about the LRT yet. But our transit team is much broader than just those folks who work at GRT. To purchase buses and LRVs, we rely on long-term, resilient strategies from our finance teammates to ensure finance and purchasing excellence and maximize community impact. Our facilities teammates make sure that our facilities are ready each and every day, 4 a.m., 22 hours a day, 365 days a year. And our communications team showcases the benefits of transit, shares the details of service changes, and conducts customer engagement to make sure that we get this right, which, as we're seeing through this cycle, is critically important. To close, we at GRT cannot provide transit to our residents without the critical supports from staff across this organization. We are future-ready, resilient, and cost-effective because of them. And now we'll turn it over to Kim to tell you a bit more about the strategic initiatives that underpin all of this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug, and thank you, Julie and John, for sharing your experience today and highlighting the often unseen critical work that takes place every day at the region. And I want to emphasize that this work enables your teams to deliver excellent service to our residents and is core to supporting that important work. Next slide, please. Council, you can see here that there's many initiatives on this slide. I'll just focus on a few that I would like to highlight. First, let me begin by focusing on our continued efforts to attract and retain the best talent and to develop our employees to perform at their best and to provide excellent service. Part of our strategy is a commitment to developing strong and capable people leaders who inspire and motivate teams to deliver excellent service every day. There's also a strong commitment to ensuring our workplace is an inclusive and welcoming space where all staff can be and do their best. I also want to take a moment to highlight our comprehensive well-being program. You know, a minute ago, Julie mentioned the pandemic. I want to reflect on that for a moment. The region was a critical partner in leading the community's response to the pandemic, a tremendous effort over many years. And we've slowly started to emerge from the pandemic. And as we emerge, like many organizations, we are continuing to feel the after effects of this pandemic. And we know that there are many employees who are still recovering. And we are very committed to their well-being and resilience, again, with a commitment to excellent service in mind. And while building resiliency and future readiness for residents, we continue to look at opportunities for service innovation and improvements. An example of that is the work that's underway at our call center, the Service First Contact Center. They receive thousands of calls from residents every year. For many of our residents, it's the first opportunity to connect with the region. I'm happy to say that we're using innovative digital transformation improvements through the introduction of artificial intelligence and a chatbot to enhance the services we deliver to residents in our community. Next slide, please. So the next two slides will highlight a few of the other areas that we're focusing in on as a department. And, you know, while creating a future-ready, resilient organization is a rather tall order, a lofty goal, we're actually up for the challenge and are looking forward to it. We've focused our initial work on building an inclusive and respectful workplace. And by doing that, we're knowing that we can enhance people leadership skills, the launching of a well-being program to ensure that staff are resilient and able to attend work on a regular basis, and ongoing building of an inclusive and safe workplace. We're undertaking a massive culture change as an organization, and we see incremental change every day in the way staff interact and leaders lead. Next slide, please. The journey continues. I could say it'll take me 10 years to do this, but I think it's more like 20, but the journey does continue. So expanding on our initiatives, I want to highlight just a few more. Attraction, retention, and development of a diverse workforce is critical to the success of this region and our ability to meet the needs of a diverse community. Creating harmonious and inclusive people-centered employee experience also contributes to that goal. And positioning the region as an employer of choice will allow us to both attract and retain the best. A world-class goal requires us to provide a world-class experience for our staff, and we're taking the steps to achieve that goal. Next slide, please. Ensuring the region is resilient, future-ready, requires us to have a focused and robust approach to ensuring that staff are well and resilient. Frankly, our staff deserve that. By expanding our capacity to support staff who are either injured or ill, we will ensure that employees return to the workplace as their whole self, both physically and mentally well, with the confidence and ability to provide great service to our residents. We all know that fiscally responsible organizations closely manage their illness and injury claims to foster a people-centered culture and to minimize service impacts with our residents. Next slide, please. As a continuum of our efforts to try to create a harmonious workplace, proactive early resolution of workplace issues is a key requirement. We want to maintain that harmonious workplace because we know it contributes to high-performing teams and individuals. We actually know that engaged, valued, and happy employees are more eager to provide better service, make better teammates, and make significant contributions to the goals of this organization. Partnering with our unions to proactively resolve issues further supports our goal of sustaining a harmonious workplace, as well as supporting the ongoing work around returning of staff who are either injured or ill to a workplace where they were fully productive. Next slide, please. Okay, for those of you who know me, you may remember that occasionally I refer to myself as a techie peasant. But let me just say that I'm very, very excited about digital transformation. Over the next several years, thousands of people will join our community. Many of them will be members of either Gen X or Gen Z. And let's just say they want to produce all their work on what I'm holding in my hand right now, both personal and professional. And that's why we're working hard to modernize our call center through digital transformation. Our goal is to expand on the existing 3 services to provide and ensure that we can provide all call center services through artificial intelligence and the use of chatbot. To achieve this goal, we need to ensure that the scripts, in essence, the message that we provide to residents in response to their questions, is both robust and optimizes the AI technology we're implementing. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Cheryl Braun.
Thank you, Kim. And through you, Chair, I just have a couple of slides here on the Human Resources and Citizen Service budget for 2024. The operating budget for Human Resources is increasing approximately $1.5 million. The base budget itself is increasing $1.1 million, predominantly due to inflation and some annualization of 2023 service expansions and in-year approvals. And then we have the service expansions that Kim had mentioned for some staffing for 2024, adding another $400,000. So the total increase is about $1.5 million. Next slide, please. The HRC capital program is much more modest than most of our other capital programs. It tops out at about just under $6 million. The biggest expenditure in the forecast for HRC capital program is the Human Experience Management Solution, which is just under $5 million. There is some expenditure contemplated for the consolidated contact center improvements over the 10 years, as well as a safety management system. So I do note that the entire capital program is funded from property tax supported reserves. So there is no debt contemplated in the HRC capital program. And with that, I'll pause for questions before turning it back to Craig for the motions.
Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentations. I think you showed us the what good service we're doing, and you've explained some of why we need the enhanced service. But it is $5.8 million for increased staff. How many staff? I know that it looks like 4 in just HR. How many staff in this section of the budget, Kim, and how many staff overall are we hiring between 2023 and 2024, new staff, full-time?
So this represents a total of four staff in the context of this ask. We don't have any other activity underway right now, minus I think 1 or 2 positions that we're filling that are vacant. And in the entire department, about 30.
Hey, Kim, if you don't mind, pull that mic maybe a bit closer.
Oh, sure.
Some folks that
Okay.
are difficult hearing.
Thanks, Michael. And in the entire department, approximately 30 to 35 staff support the call center. Then we have staff that support the emergency management function of the organization. We have staff that also support the customer service work that we do to enhance the delivery of customer service. And core to HR is about 40 to 45 staff.
Okay, but that's not new staff, that's existing staff?
No, just that's everybody. We're looking at 4 for this ask, and we have 2 current vacancies we're filling.
So the 5.8 million, I'm not sure where that's coming from.
I'll ask Cheryl to answer that question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Cheryl.
Through you, Chair. That is actually the capital program.
Okay.
So that is not the operating budget provision.
Not the
That's the 10-year forecast for their capital.
And in terms of, I know you're HR, but would you know, looking at our entire organization, how many staff we're hiring from 2023 to 2024?
Mr. Dyer.
Yes, so through the chair, I'm not sure if it's if it's quite the correct answer to your question. If the question is, how is the overall staff complement of the region changing from 2023 to 2024?
Yes.
It's a net increase of about 63 positions. And you'll see the summary by division in the councillor request report that's on the agenda today. If you go to the very end of that agenda, you'll see that table.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Salonen, please.
Thank you. Kim, I was just wondering if we could go back. I know you'd mentioned in our call centers moving towards chatbots and using AI. I'm curious from a service delivery perspective if we've done engagement with the public on if they'd be open to that. I know certainly looking at 2021 census data, we have over 15% of people who are over the age of 65. So although we have younger generations who love using phones and new technology, I'm very cognizant of other populations and demographics who might not be as comfortable with that.
Couldn't agree with you more. I'm in that other demographic, so I hear you loud and clear. So it's not to say that we don't have in-person contact also. What it is to give people choice. And we did, through our customer service reviews and surveys, determine that people wanted choice. They didn't only want to have to talk to someone. They wanted to be able to get an answer quicker than that. I'll give a perfect example. I had to call my bank yesterday because I thought one of my cards had been compromised. I was advised it was a 60-minute wait. I then went online to try to see if I could fix it and was able to. So people want choice. And what we're doing is we're giving them choice. And we're also mindful of how busy people are these days and how we want to be able to be effective and efficient in the service delivery.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, chairs. So I was just curious about these 2 positions, the STD advisor and the WSIB advisor. My understanding is people fill out these applications, they get submitted, and then there's a decision whether it's going to be approved or not. The application process is not really that difficult. So I'm just curious, are these people also going to be advocating when there's a denial, or what exactly are these people doing?
Thank you for that question. So it's a variety of things that they do. So first of all, WSIB claim processing is very, very complex, highly regulated, and takes quite some time. What they're also involved in, though, is taking a look at, is there modified duties that can be provided for individuals who aren't fully injured or not able to do anything within the workplace? What are the modified duties that we can give to individuals in the context of their gradual return? Setting up return to work programs to support that gradual return. Monitoring medical documentation in order to be able to assess the nature of what people can and cannot do. Working with the medical professions in order to be able to assess a return to work plan, and providing advice and support to the employees who are off either injured or ill during the duration of that illness, as well as liaising with the insurance carrier and with WSIB in the context of management of the claim.
Well, just a follow-up. So, do we have this sort of position in the organization now, anywhere else? These two positions, and STD is short-term disability, but do we have these sorts of people now?
We have 3 individuals who do disability management work in the organization right now. Those individuals are focusing on our long-term disability claims, as well as some of our WSIB claims. Where we need to put more energy is into the short-term illness to support people coming back through modified duties or return to work programs. In the absence of having the capacity to do that, we know that people are off longer than they need to be, and we want to make sure that when they come back, they are able to sustain both their physical and mental health. So a concerted effort to support them in that context is what we're trying to achieve.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, if I may. The first one is for Mr. Dyer. On the total budget spreadsheet that you showed at the beginning, I didn't see a reduction for assessment growth. Is that included in the 8%?
Yes, through the chair, yes, it's absolutely included in the 8%. So we recalculated all the percentages across those last 2 columns to take into account the higher assessment growth.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is for Kim, and it's about chatbot as well. So my understanding of chatbot is it's quite powerful, and so my question is, will that reduce the workload, or is this just increasing workload for us?
I think over time, it has the potential to reduce the workload. Having said that, we continue to get new services added. So an example, the automated speed enforcement business will actually be, the call center will be responding to inquiries coming through on that initiative. So while we introduce new technology to streamline its process and give people choice, we also get asked to participate in more service call center support to the community. So it's hard to fully understand the positive impact.
I know that was 2 questions.
Yep, Councillor Babanovic. We'll come back to you, Councillor Shantz, if you want.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris, and thanks for the presentation. I guess, you know, I won't debate these right now, but I guess my question is, and it's consistent with one that I've asked before, I'm really trying to understand, you know, like we keep coming back with more and more and more staff requests. And, you know, as I talk to other municipalities, look at our own experience, I look at what's happening in the private sector, we don't seem to maybe be as aggressive in terms of really looking at what we're currently doing, what can we temporarily or on a permanent basis stop doing in order that we can take on some of these other responsibilities and reduce the pressures in an incredibly difficult time for our residents around a higher tax increase. And so when I look at these positions, I really need to understand, why are they absolutely mission critical, and why have we not tried to find ways of using our existing FTE account with all of the, you know, open positions we have, and trying to maybe do a little less in some areas and so on for a period of time in order to bring these new ones on board?
Barry, I think you're asking me that question.
I'm asking whoever wants to answer that question. Yep.
Okay, I'll start. Okay. I'll speak a little bit about the human resources work. So much of what we do is heavily legislated and regulated, and requires us to manage through that complexity in the delivery of services. Some of what we're asking for, in particular the WSIB and STD resources, will actually drive down costs in the organization, because we'll be able to return staff to work sooner. We'll be able to minimize replacement worker costs associated with absences in operational areas like Sunnyside Home and GRT and paramedics. So there's savings going to be achieved by our ability to manage down these absences and have our staff return. The introduction and expansion of the digital transformation work will provide better service to the community. Residents will be able to get better service in the way that they want to get service. So when I think about the expansion, it's in the context of trying to improve service as well as reduce costs and achieve some savings. So we do know that coming out of the pandemic, we have many staff who are experiencing mental illness, anxiety, depression, PTSD. Our ability to support them in their return will allow us to minimize some of those costs. Overall, as an organization, we have continued to look at FTE reductions and other reductions year over year in order to be able to minimize the impact on the community in the context of the tax increases, as highlighted by my colleague, Mr. Dyer, previously.
And which he will also want to comment on this if that's okay with you. You're done? Kim?
Pardon me?
Mr. Dyer is going to also want to chime in on that as well?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes, so through the chair, and just thinking back to the couple of slides that I showed in my original part of the presentation today, I think what you see when the budget comes forward is the end result of all of the conversations that happen over the course of the year and as the budget is being put together around where we have opportunities to repurpose positions within the organization. That happens on an ongoing basis, not just while the budget is being put together, but as opportunities present themselves over the course of the year. I think, from a staff perspective, we would say that that the FTE complement is a direct result of decisions made around service levels. And when we look at for example, when we look at the proposed staff additions in the 2024 budget, and even going back over several years, they're heavily weighted towards areas where there are service expansions proposed, whether it's new transit service hours, whether it's additional paramedic and related services as the region continues to implement the master plan. We have, a history of adding additional resources to improve the level of care at our long-term care facility. And there are times when, as the region grows, as services expand, that there is the need for additional resources within the back office support areas in order to support the delivery of service. And so I think, my encouragement would be for council is when you look at the overall net impact of from an FTE perspective, that it's really related to the level of service that the region intends to deliver over the course of the year. I hope that's helpful.
I mean, certainly I've heard the response, and I don't think today's the day to debate it. I will just say that, I come from the staff side. I have immense respect for the professional public service that leads our organizations. I've been on the elected side for many years, sitting through both municipal and regional budgets, and I can honestly say that historically, and I'll bear some of the responsibility for that, the level of staff growth, and I understand some of it is in service areas, as you've identified, the level of staff growth here supersedes anything I've seen at our own municipality, even on a proportional basis, and I suspect anything I've sensed in our other area municipalities. I get it, there's a different bucket of services in some instances, but I'm just really concerned because I don't feel that there's the same level of scrutiny being applied here to really appreciate the pressure points that people are feeling. And so I'll leave it at that for today, and I'm sure there'll be a more vigorous discussion on budget day.
Mr. Lochner.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Slide 14, please. Thanks. So I know this question's been asked many, many times. I think there were a number of, not sure if they were insinuations or accusations. when I came into the organization, the previous council, as Councillor Paramedic will know, charged me with taking millions and millions out of the organization in terms of efficiency. You can see it on the slide here, 15 million and dozens of staff. This does not, and maybe this is what the councillor's getting at, as Mr. Dyer tried to explain, it doesn't show all the repurposing of roles. So rather than adding, say, 200 roles in a year, our net add is 20 in a year. I go back to 2021 and 2022, and Craig, I think we should bring back those slides where we actually show the excruciating detail of the net increase, again, rather than say a couple hundred, only adding 50. We do challenge, and I certainly take that as my responsibility to challenge the commissioners to try to drive those out. Couldn't agree with you more, Councillor, in terms of respecting every single dollar here is important. I know Mr. Dyer glossed over the general management category where we are one of the most efficient in the country. And again, I'm not saying we can't be more efficient. Perhaps we should be looking at that right across all our municipalities. But I'm trying to understand what else we can provide you, because I do hear the ask, and it's obviously not satisfying to some members that we do put tremendous stress on each of the councillor or each of the commissioners, each of the directors. Maybe we come back with each commissioner going over every single repurposed FTE, because I know the ask is being asked each time, and I really want to respect it and bring back whatever council wants, because we want to fulfill your needs, and of course we want to make sure that the public understands just the extent to which we go to make sure we drive out efficiencies. But obviously we're missing the mark, so whatever council needs we can bring back.
Okay, well, and just on that, Mr. Lochner, I guess what I would, because there was a bit of a question there. I appreciate your response and indicating what you have. I guess, you know, I look at the level of turnover in the organization, which is higher than normal, and that's across the board. I mean, we're experiencing it as well. I look at the growth in numbers overall. I say to myself, you know, we've got 3,500 staff. You know, even if we can do, you know, a 1% increase in terms of efficiency and performance amongst those individuals, you know, that ends up being the equivalent of 35 FTEs. Changing the way we do some things business-wise. You know, yes, maybe we've done them for a long time, but it may be administrative we don't need to, or we don't need to do them for the next few years because something else is a priority. I don't want to get to the point where council is, quite frankly, doing management's job of looking at every FTE. I mean, I remember the days back when, you know, municipalities had freezes and every position came before council. I don't want to do that, and I'm sure you and are very capable professional public service don't want us to do that. But what I'm saying is that right now, where we're coming at doesn't seem to be recognizing what those community pressure points are. And I know others feel that way in differing degrees around this horseshoe, and I'm sure that, you know, broader conversation will happen on budget day.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Just looking at the chatbot script editor, and I'm conscious of what Councillor Urbanovic just said. We don't want to get in the weeds with everything, but just a question for clarification. Do we already have technical writers at the region do we have technical writers here? I'll say that.
So we have one person who's currently a member of the team who's doing the chatbot writing. What the technology requires is for you to build the AI capacity by continuing to determine the nature of the questions being received and then rewrite scripts in order to be able to fully optimize the AI technology. So it's heavy lifting when you're implementing the technology. We provide a whole range of services and have only been able to capitalize on this technology for 3. We want to be able to offer all services in the way that the community wants. And that means rolling out AI across every service that we deliver through the call center. Hence why the request for an additional resource to help us build and write those scripts and to optimize the utilization of the technology.
Okay, and Chair, I just have one more follow-up, and that's regards to something like this. Have we looked at potentially outsourcing this and what that may look like in terms of cost if it's outsourced or put to an RFP process to have a company come in and do that? Just a thought. I don't know if you have the answer to that, but an option as well there.
Okay, thank you. I could certainly take that back for consideration. We haven't thought about that only because of the complexity of the different nature of the work that we do and the different lines of business. So the skilling up of an external organization to be able to add value to the script writing would take a period of time.
Chair Edmund.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I just wanted to reflect on one of the comments that Councillor Urbanovich made, and that is the fact that the buckets which we fill for the service expectations of residents are very different at the regional level than they are at area municipalities. I've spent the Thursday and Friday last week at AMO, and there are so many more similarities for single-tier and two-tier governments that deliver the kind of complex services like paramedics, like long-term care, transit, that make us a very different proposition than area municipalities that, again, have their discrete responsibilities but are quite different. And I'm wondering if, rather than comparing to area municipalities, we look at the kind of services and the FTE of other regions to see. I would hazard a guess that the pressures that we're feeling at the region at this year are felt throughout the single tier and the two-tier, upper tier governments that deliver the services that we do. And I'm wondering if that information might be part of the information that comes back for Budget Day.
Yeah, I think the request is out there, so I'll leave it to our capable folks to perhaps bring that back. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. One more question about the savings that may come from adding staff in one area and savings in another. And I wonder where we will be able to see that manifest in the budget. So, for example, Kim talked about the HR doing some work for ASE, but ASE was supposed to be self-funded. So how can we reconcile some of those kinds of issues, I suppose?
So through the chair, so first of all, included in the 2024 budget book are the details of all the proposed service expansions. Some explanation as to what the purpose, intent, outcome is, and an overview of the financials in terms of both operating and capital. So at a certain level, that that information for each of the individual service expansions is there. From an ASE perspective, to the extent that resources are required in order to support that that proposed expansion, those costs are all captured within the ASE service expansion. So whether they're on the transportation side in terms of the the installation of the cameras, or whether it's from a process and management perspective in terms of the fines themselves, that's all captured together in one spot. And as you've correctly said, in that case, the intent is that those costs are funded by the revenue that will be generated from fines. So, my hope is that the level of detail that we've provided through that document is sufficient to give council a good indication of what the intent is and how it's to be funded. If there's further clarification that we can provide, then we can certainly do that as well.
So my concern is when there's overlap, how is that showing up in the budget? So for example, does some of that cost come out of the HR increase? So if Kim's asking for an increase of one person, and if half of that person is funded by ASE, are we getting sort of charged twice for it? And the other one I think that she particularly talked about was helping people get back to work quicker. So where do we see that efficiency show up? Or do we?
Yep. So in the first case, to the extent that a position is being added that is directly related to another service expansion, then what we would call that internal charge is reflected in the figures that have been put forward. So, for example, the position itself may reside in HR, but then there's a chargeback, is what we call it, that gets charged into ASE and a recovery into HR. So first of all, you can be comforted that there's no double counting of the cost, that we would show in HR, in that case, the recovery with the expense then showing up in the ASE budget. And that happens in a few, it doesn't happen very often, but there are a couple of examples where that happens through the course of the budget. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So a couple of things. I take Councillor Urbanovic's point, as I understand it, is that we'd like to see a cross-organizational review of FTEs to see where there can be some assistance in some of these things we're requesting. That's what I think, and I'd like to see, because it's contrary to saying have each commissioner come here and explain what they have. It's not a silo thing, it's a cross-organizational issue that I see it as, and maybe I described that incorrectly and I apologize, but that's how I saw that. Just on page 139 of the budget book, which lists all of the various FTEs, I see that for, and this, my question is the prorating for 2024. It seems like we're expecting most of these hires to be in the first quarter or third of the year as I go through this list. And there's a couple that are halfway through, like in housing services. And so I'm just curious or wondering whether some adjustment can be made to that to better reflect the potential for hiring people in the first quarter versus later in the year. So there's certainly going to be savings there in that regard. And then just on a specific, I see one, I just noticed lobbyist registry. So we're going to hire someone just to deal with lobby, and that's starting like pretty well in the first quarter of next year. So, and I apologize, did we pass something about lobbyists?
No.
Oh, it's coming today? Okay, my apologies. So we haven't passed anything yet, and so we're adding something to this. So some of these things in a tough budget year, like the STD and WSIB advisors, maybe something for next year versus this year because we've done without. But I just have a couple of concerns that I'll raise on budget day about adjusting, we're prorating these. We're not paying for them January 1. We're prorating them. And what's a more realistic proration or whatever that would be? And looking at some of these FTEs and specifically about whether we need to bring these people on or not, like someone to manage a lobby registry full time.
Mr. Dyer.
So through the chair, with respect to the lobbyist registry, that is on our agenda for today. That will be coming up very shortly for discussion. You may recall that a staff report had come forward, I believe, back in May or June, and a decision at that time was deferred until the budget process. So it's here today for direction from council. And with respect to the service expansions and the start date, I think staff have put together, what we believe to be an accurate representation of when we think the staff positions would come on board. It was that timing was informed in part by the expectation that the 2023 budget would be approved in December, and we would move immediately to begin for the recruiting of a number of those positions. So you'll see a number of them with I think roughly April 1st start dates. I don't think there's too many that are sooner than that. Other start dates I think would range from probably April. There's probably a number in July, and to the extent of further expansion, for example, from a paramedic services perspective, we've already anticipated hiring in the fall to align with when that service would come in. Obviously, if there's direction from council to change those start dates, we will do that. I would just suggest then that will provide, or that will result in a further impact on the 2025 budget as we look to then annualize those costs.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So an impact in the sense that it'll just be perhaps a larger increase, but if we reduce the start time, if we change the start time, we lower that 8%. Whatever 2025 is going to be, it's going to be the same because the annualized amount is listed here. So just to finish, sorry. So if we reduce the start time, so right now it's the tax levy impact is $6.7 million for 2024. If we reduce, anything we do to reduce that is going to reduce the overall 8%. And so whatever 2025 is going to be, that we're not changing, that's already fixed and baked into this budget. Thank you.
You're done, or you're over to you, Craig, and then I know.
Thank you. So what would change? So if the start date in 2024 was moved out, say 2 months, you're correct. That would bring the 8% down because there'd be a lower amount of levy required in 2024. What would increase is the incremental levy amount required in 2025. I agree that the total doesn't change, but you've then created a further tax impact in 2025 because you have more incremental levy to add in that year because you haven't added it this year.
Mr. Chair, we'll get in a discussion on this on budget day, but I like if we're spending less this year and spending the same amount next year, whatever we need to spend to hire them in full, it's still an overall savings for the taxpayer in this community.
Commissioner Rose, you have a comment on the short-term disability and WSIB disability advisor?
Yes, thank you, Chair Harris. I just wanted to address the questions around what kind of savings we would see in operations for frontline service delivery in water and wastewater. Water and wastewater operators are licensed operators by the MECP. It takes a number of years of education and levels of experience to increase your licenses as a water and wastewater operator. When one of those people go off sick, we're down a person to deliver water and wastewater services to the community. It is incredibly difficult to find someone who will come in on a contract to, we don't know how long this person will be on short-term disability for. Sometimes it turns into a long-term disability. It's incredibly difficult to find people who will come in and cover that person. So what happens is we stop or reduce doing preventative maintenance work on our infrastructure. So because our staff are busy reacting to emergencies and other items that happen to come up. When we stop doing preventative maintenance or slow down our preventative maintenance, our infrastructure ages more quickly and the life cycle cost of that infrastructure goes up. We also incur a lot more overtime, so that's a real cost to the operation as well. So having this short-term disability person, the WSIB person, to help people get back to work so that we are not incurring extra overtime costs or other costs associated with the infrastructure is something from a frontline delivery operations perspective that I think is needed. Just due to the number of short-term disability that we have. And I know this is not just my operation. I'm sure the other commissioners who are in charge of operations could tell a similar story. And I just wanted to clarify from a frontline service delivery perspective, this does have an impact on us and costs.
Okay, Matthew.
Through the chair, just a response maybe on the phasing of positions. I can give maybe just a couple of examples on the ASE program. So it doesn't pop up in the budget book, so you can't see what the phasing is because that one is self-funded, so there's no impact on the tax levy. But for example, the FTEs there are phased in in several groups. There are some that are needed or that are phased for earlier in the year. So, for example, those the transportation staff that's required to be able to meet the objective of setting up 30 new cameras and new camera sites in the year. The earlier they can start, the more they can deliver. If they come in September, they won't have the time to do the 30. But on the processing and the admin side, for example, there it's the phasing of the staff is actually split in two groups, some that are coming in March, April, and some that are coming in October as the volume of tickets starts ramping up as new cameras come in. It's the same thing in the transit team. So all the FTEs there, you're not going to see all of the detailed phasing because again, this is partly covered with revenue. So there, I would say that page of the budget book doesn't reveal everything, but there the phasing is really associated with service changes. So some of them are scheduled for spring, and are coming in April. Some are about increasing summer service, so these have to come in June, and they have to be recruited earlier, so they have time to go through the training that's required. And some of them are coming for September service changes. So, for example, those associated with Conestoga College, that's a fall of 2024 service increase. So these recruitments have to come into more in the summertime. So I would say in each of our departments, we do that phasing depending on whether it's to time it appropriately with respect to service delivery.
Okay, Councillor Foxton, and just reminding folks, we do have a staff recommendation, here that we'll want to address shortly. So, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I hear Councillor Deutschman right, and I think I did. He's not saying not to hire at this point. He's saying that if it's phased in, so let's assume a staff person costs $100,000, but we're not hiring them till halfway in the year. So they actually cost us $50,000 for the half year. And that's correct. So that would take down the full cost for 2024. It does impact 2025 because you're paying for a full year. So you're accruing half of their pay now, which will carry over into 2025. And then you have to add on the second half later. In a tight budget year, and it can go either way. Municipalities do it either way. In a tight budget year, I don't disagree with him. Maybe only cover the portion that we are hiring them for in 2024, and then deal with 2025, understanding that it'll impact 2025. That's all I want to say.
Okay, Councillor Verbenovich.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Foxton for making that point, and for Councillor Deutschman for sort of articulating the bigger conversation in a better way than I was able to. But I do want to make that point that, there's an opportunity here with a number of these positions to actually save some dollars this year. Yes, that will create an added pressure on 2025. But it also gives staff more than a year. It gives staff a year to try to figure it out, as opposed to, creating that pressure point right now. And I think that is probably part of a number of tools that we need to look at in order to try to bring this down. Recognizing that none of them are easy. They all have challenges attached to them, but we also know that we're in a particularly difficult period of time for people right now, and we don't want to add to it.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I was just curious on the ASC, because I know it keeps on coming up, as well as last time we spoke about it, it was quite a debate. I'm wondering if we ever considered about putting it out to tender to see if there was another service provider that could offer such services. I'll be honest, I don't know the cost of a ASC program, so I'd be curious on a public procurement perspective what others would come back and if it would be more cost effective. I know we have a lot of service providers that we fund to outsource services for us. I was curious if that was ever given consideration, and if so, why we're going ahead with the department and not considering that.
I know we have Teresa Medler available to answer questions here. I don't know if you want to come down and answer that, or if it's something we would need to get back to Councillor Sellen on, or we've got Matt Chu here, Commissioner of Transportation Services.
I can.
It's eager to jump in on this one.
Through you, I can start, and I can see if I'll glance at Teresa so she can tell me yes or no. But overall, I think there's some functions are being outsourced. So, for example, the camera provision. So and these are going through public procurement. So today we are putting them in competition, and so we're looking for the private sector to provide a number of services. But then some of the functions are highly regulated. For example, our provincial officers. These are highly regulated functions that cannot be outsourced. So it's really there's a bit of a different. It really depends on the nature of the position, but we're definitely pushing and to respond to council's earlier direction. We're also trying to push more and more activities to technology. So I know there's instead of investing in IT infrastructure, move to cloud-based functions. So all of this is happening too, and that's through our the specifications that we'll put into the contracts.
Thank you. Happy to hear that.
Councillor Huenick.
Hi. Thank you, Chair. I'm looking to more experienced council members and staff to tell me if this is a good idea or not, or why it will or not won't work. I'm wondering if it would make sense in this difficult budget year, and maybe even moving forward, that we have a policy wherein we fund new FTEs as of July 1st, understanding that some of them will be hired before July 1st, some of them will be hired after July 1st. Potentially, we could fund the extra cost out of the reserve for the annualization of the first year.
Through the chair, if there was direction from council, I think staff could go back and look at each of the proposed service expansions and identify in which ones there could potentially be implications. I would remind council that there are. First of all, there are a number of the service expansions that involve the hiring of additional positions that are 100% funded by other levels of government. And there's an expectation that, those new service levels will be in place, well before January 1st. I'm thinking of long-term care, and I'm thinking of the community paramedicine program in particular. So those might be ones that perhaps might be best excluded from such direction. But certainly, staff could take a look at the other service expansions and identify both the service level implications and the financial implications of delaying the start dates. As I said earlier, there are already some that I believe are scheduled for July 1st and some after July the 1st, but we could certainly provide information on the remaining ones for council.
Okay, I just want to clarify, I'm not at this point providing direction to staff. I'm looking to staff and council members to tell me this is a bad idea because, or this is a good idea because. So please know that I'm not at this point offering direction to staff.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. So my question is regarding vacant positions. So any organization has vacant positions at any point in time. And I know sometimes in previous budgets when we've struggled really hard to find a reduction in the levy, we've adjusted things like that. Do we account for vacant positions, and or should we?
So through the chair, the short answer is yes, we do account for vacant positions. There's some information in today's agenda in our report with respect to councillor requests. Near the end of the agenda, I can't recall the page, where we provide some information on what we refer to is our salary gapping approach. So yes, that is taken into account in the development of the budget.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to comment on Councillor Heenan's comment, I don't want to tell staff when they meet, because I know the wastewater one is an urgency. And after visiting the plant and talking to them and finding out it takes 10 years to go through certification, it's a very tight market. I don't want to mess with your start dates. I just want to budget appropriately for the start dates. So, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Deutschman. I think it's been on there for a while, but it's not, it's just something we're managing.
Right, thank you. So just some clarification then on process then. Are we, if we want to lower the tax levy impact for 2024, do we need to give direction today for that to be reviewed, or are we waiting till December budget day for that review? I mean, so if there's an interest amongst council to have that adjusted or tweaked, how do we give direction? How do we make that happen?
Well, I will defer to to Craig. However, we know that we've got the December 4th deadline coming up for council motions, which could be included in that. Would probably be the best format for council, unless we wanted to bring something at any point in time, and we know how that has to work.
Well, I was just following up on what Mr. Dyer was saying after Councillor Hunick's question, that they could look at, like in her case, she mentioned July 1st, but it seemed to suggest that commissioners could take a look at, the departments could take a look at these FTEs and decide whether they can adjust the dates or not. In that case, it was a July 1. But I'm not saying July 1, but I'm saying, can they take a look at it and fine tune it and say, okay, maybe we can't get it in the first quarter. Maybe is it all April 1? Can some be pushed to July 1? Can some be pushed to the fall? What can we do here to try and reduce this number to lower the tax levy impact for 2024? And obviously that takes time to do. So is that something we can say on December, we can't say that on December 13th, that'd be too late. So I'm just trying to find out, when can we ask, if direction is what council would like, should that direction be given today to start working on it?
So through the chair, I think if there is information that council wishes to have in order to help make its decisions around the 2024 budget, then, to the extent that that direction to staff can be provided today, that would be helpful. That would give us an opportunity to bring some of that information back on December the 13th. The short answer to your question is, you can make a decision today, you can make a decision on the 13th. If it's a decision on the 13th, then you're likely doing it, without the benefit of some of that analysis from staff. So if this is something that council wishes we are entirely in your hands here, then a direction to staff today would be helpful so that we're clear on what to report back on December 13th.
All right, so with that being said, perhaps just, generally gauge council's appetite for that request. I'm seeing some general agreement to that. So if we could ask for that, as part of the December 13th discussion without coming through a formal December 4th motion, or that would probably be...
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, what I'd like to say is I'll defer to when Councillor Urbanovic is up for a suggestion on direction in that regard.
Okay, so I've actually got Councillor Erb first, so go ahead, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think any of us are happy with what the projected levy is. However, I think it's important for us all to remember, as we've been going along and including service expansions just during the budget process, but also increasing other services throughout the year, that it's just not the transit driver that we're increasing or the person who is going to be driving the ambulance. There's all sorts of background requirements of our staff in HR, in WSIB that go along with it. So it's just not the service expansion, but it's the backroom work that has to happen. And my question with operations that are 100% funded by the province, such as EMS, all of the backroom work related to HR, that's all the responsibility of the region, even though the front up costs are from the province. Is that correct?
Through the chair, in most cases, yes, that is absolutely correct.
So I think it's important for us to remember as we expand these services that it's just not the service that we're expanding, it's the work that has to be done by staff to support these services as well, and the people that are being hired.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I want to thank Commissioner Dyer and Councillor Foxton for clarifying the unfinished idea that was in my head. I was not meaning to suggest in any way that we control hiring dates of staff. I would love for all staff to be hired on January 1st because I know that would be ideal for the region, but I realize that ideals are rare in this life, and so I'm wondering if it would be more realistic if we picked a date to start the salaries, say April 1st, for example. Would we have enough money to fund salaries in the reserve should people come on between January 1st and March 31st? Commissioner Dyer.
So through the chair, two things come to mind. The first is I'm not sure if one start date for multiple service expansions is helpful or appropriate. That would be the first thing. And the second thing is, I'm not sure that there's a reserve discussion here to have had, to be had. But let me say this: if council wishes staff to review the service expansions and identify those for which a delay in the implementation of the service level and start date is possible, that would be helpful direction for us, and we would report back accordingly. Knowing the range of services that we have and the various problems that we're trying to solve with the proposed service expansions, I'm just not convinced that an across-the-board start date makes sense. It will vary, I think, from circumstance to circumstance.
Thank you, and I do not feel informed enough to make direction at this time, but perhaps Councillor Paramedic does. So with that, I pass the baton. Thanks.
And Councillor Vrbanovich.
Well, thanks, Chair Harris. And I guess, if you're inclined to treat this and not require a waiving of notice of motion, then the request would be that staff actually come back with the proposed new positions in 2024 and when the estimated hire date is as part of a report, so that we can consider what motion we may want to make from that, either potentially delay some of those or agree with that, or fully cover them this year as is presently being proposed. But we would have that information. And so if you're treating that on a consensus basis, then I'm fine with that. Otherwise, I'd like to make a motion to waive notice so that we can formally make the request.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
just to clarify, a point of clarification, I think along with that, because they do have start dates now in the budget book, but along more the lines of what Mr. Dyer was suggesting was reviewing these start dates to see if they can be pushed back in the year in 2024 to a later hiring date.
Okay, so the information I think Councillor Vrbanovic's asked for is fairly clear. I don't see any massive opposition to this yet. General agreement, everyone, that this is a fair request. Okay, we are obviously talking about this, so it's relevant to what we're doing. So I don't foresee a need now that we've got some general agreement that we can ask for this to be brought back. So I guess I'd ask the staff member that would be directly responsible for that, just kind of nod that they've got a clear understanding of the ask. Mr. Dyer?
I believe we understand the ask.
Okay, good. Seeing no other questions on this particular matter, we do have a motion. Oh, sorry, Chair Redmond, you've been up there, but we've been, not ignoring you, but yes.
Sorry, there's gremlins in my e-scribe today.
Yes.
Just for further context, I would hope as these FTEs come back and start dates are looked at, there will also be the information, hopefully on one page, about how much we're responsible for, how much is legislated mandate, how much other levels of government pay for, and the impact that this could have on service. I would hope that all of that would be brought back, not just the start dates.
Yeah, good point. Just like the automated speed enforcement, there's a revenue generating offset there, provincial funding for a lot of these programs, federal, potentially with the housing efficiency type position, EMS, et cetera. So if we can, I'm sure staff come up with a nice chart that would, and again, I would draw everyone's attention to the back page of the budget book. There's the expansion requests, and in there it talks about the net FTE and the net levy add, and you'll see in a lot of them there are zero or what have you. So you can reference that prior to this report coming back as well. But Mr. Deutschman.
Yeah, Chair, just to clarify, page 139 lists them all. And I think the focus is on any of the positions that impact the tax levy. That's what we're looking at here, because why would we change something that's being funded by the province?
There you go.
So,
page 139 in the budget book is
and focused on those FTEs that impact the tax levy.
So are you asking for only those impacted by the tax levy to be brought back in this chart, or are them all?
That's all. Unless someone else intended something different, we're only looking at the tax levy here. So we're looking at positions that impact the tax levy.
Okay, so Councillor Paramedic.
So I would tend to agree with Councillor Deutschman on that. I mean, listen, if there's some that potentially are impacting costs to residents, even if it is funded by someone else, there is, at the end of the day, only one taxpayer, but our fundamental concern is our regional budget. And so those are the ones I'm mainly concerned about.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Dyer.
Can I, just for a point of clarification. So that does not include the ASE, right? Because that's self-funded?
Correct.
And I'll let Mr. Dyer answer that.
So that was exactly going to be the point that I was going to make. So just to have some clarity from council. So certainly the positions that are 100% funded by other levels of government and don't impact the tax levy, we understand those to be not part of what you're looking for. There are a small number of other service expansions that don't directly impact the tax levy, but are funded through other sources, with the automated speed enforcement one being the most significant. So some clarity about what you're expecting with respect to those service expansions would be very helpful.
I would expect that would be included.
Sorry, was that would or wouldn't?
The ASC would be included.
Would be, thank you.
There is some capital investment dollars being attached to some of these positions as well, so. Again,
sorry, what was that?
Well, there is, so he's asking for, initially there was a request for all FTEs, start dates, et cetera. Then there was a discussion on, well, only bring us those FTEs that have a net levy impact. But I believe now we're just going to ask for, them all, and you can sift through them as you please, because there are either capital investment dollars attached to some of these, or revenue neutral like the ASC. So you want to just see it all.
No, to be clear, the ASC is revenue neutral, subject to a policy decision that we will make on budget day. Council can make some directions around how that's going to be funded, how those dollars are going to flow, and so therefore it does potentially have a levy impact. When I'm talking about the ones I'm not as concerned about is if it's 100% fully provincially funded position. That doesn't matter because it doesn't have the potential of impacting our levy.
Mr. Chair, I can't get my
You have a question? You got a gremlin as well in your
comment that even if we are not considering those that are 100% funded by the region, it does have impact on staff providing services after those people are hired. And so I think we have to remember that it's not a black and white kind of a thing, that there are other costs associated when somebody else is funding the full-time positions.
Understood. Okay. They have clarity, and with that, we will break for lunch for a half an hour. So we'll head downstairs, folks, and we'll be back on lobbyist registry when we return. Sorry, I thought we had done the staff recommendation. Let's deal with that first, and then we'll go for lunch. Good idea. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this staff? Okay, so I will read the motion that staff be directed to include in the 24 operating budget a service expansion for the Labor Relations Advisor as described in Appendix A, that staff be directed to include in the 24 operating budget a service expansion for the short-term disability, return to work disability advisor, and WSIB disability advisor, that staff be directed to include in the 24 operating budget a service expansion for AI-enabled service delivery, also as described in the budgets, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Chair Redmond, and we will vote. And of course, this is simply moving it or punting it to December 13th, which I'm sure we'll have another conversation about, if not perhaps the same one we've just had. And that is carried. Now we will resort downstairs to lunch. Councillor Craig has got something on his mind before lunch.
Well, Mr. Chair, I had asked that be able to bring up an item under other business.
Yeah, we will get there. We will get there at some point today.
That's
probably not after lunch. Yes.
Thank you.
When after lunch, I can't tell you. that, colleagues, we're going to resume, and I will turn over to Mr. Will Short for our next subject.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So just wait, yeah, there it is. So the implementation of a lobbyist registry at the region of Waterloo has been included in the 2024 budget as directed by Council. In June of 23, a detailed report on the implementation of this registry was presented to Council, and a decision on implementation was deferred to budget deliberations, which is where we are today. The report focused on several key considerations, including the policy framework for a bylaw and lobbyist code of conduct, the necessary software, and next steps. To effectively implement and manage this program, an allocation of one FTE position within Council and Admin Services is required. This FTE will oversee the policy development, stakeholder consultation, training for stakeholders, staff, and Council, and the ongoing management and reporting requirements for the program. The addition of this position will significantly enhance opportunities for public engagement, input, and involvement in regional initiatives within the Clerk's Office. We have identified an affordable turnkey solution for software, which is easy to navigate with a searchable database on municipal interactions with lobbyists. This solution has already been successfully implemented by a variety of municipalities across Ontario. Notably, it offers a cost-effective alternative to what was previously considered a barrier for many municipalities when contemplating the establishment of a lobbyist registry. I have with me today Teresa Mendler if there are any questions about this, but Chair Harris, I can turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation or overview. Colleagues, there is a staff recommendation here. Questions on the registry at all from anybody? Okay, seeing none, then I guess what we'll do is ask for this. Oh, Councillor Wolf, sorry.
I was just a little concerned because some of my colleagues haven't got back yet, if we were going to vote on it.
Well, we have got quorum, so again, it's to move it to the 13th, really here. So, I mean, yeah, Chair Redmond.
Are you looking for a motion for it to be included? I would move it.
Moved by Chair Redmond, seconded by Councillor Erb. So no further discussion. We'll vote in e-scribe, please. And that is carried. Thank you. Colleagues, just going to grab our next speaker. Jerry's making his way down to the podium. Jerry, you're the next successful contestant. Jerry, over to you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And I apologize. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight the work of Facilities and Fleet Management Division, and specifically the work we're doing in support of building the region of Waterloo into a resilient and future-ready organization. We are a team of dedicated staff who work mostly behind the scenes supporting every regional program in delivering services to the public, and whether that's in a building or a vehicle. And we're responsible for all of the region buildings as assets that are owned by the organization. Next slide. There are over 800 regional buildings. That's a total of 6.8 million square feet of real estate with a replacement value that is approaching $3 billion. Within those buildings, we have 64,000 assets that are being tracked and managed. Every month, we have thousands of work orders that are tracked against those same assets. As well, we have new construction projects, both corporate and housing-related projects, that are underway and are adding even more assets to track and maintain. Capital renewal of our existing assets is ongoing with millions of dollars of work underway every year to replace items like flooring, roofing, windows and doors, kitchens and bathrooms. All this work on the 64,000 and growing facilities assets provides a wealth of data and information. And there's an opportunity here to use that information to help us achieve our objective of making sure that the buildings and vehicles needed are ready for service every day. Next slide. I want to highlight some proposed changes in facilities management that will help us to better support the objectives of building the Region of Waterloo into a resilient and future-ready organization. We have identified that in order to strengthen our organization and ready ourselves for those opportunities and challenges, greater effort is required to make informed use of the vast data sets of information that our corporation generates every year. A focus on the reams of maintenance data available will help us make more informed and risk management-based decisions around preventative maintenance plans and asset replacement. The data analytics from this pool of information will be used with innovative tools to help understand and analyze the data. This will result in a higher level of innovation and ideas and ensure the lives of our assets are optimized, thus deferring costs and reducing wasted effort. Ultimately, the extra focus on data-driven decision-making will result in outcomes that include allowing program staff on the front lines to focus on delivering their services rather than focusing on the building around them. It will also reduce error and time that our staff spend in responding to work orders. And it will provide better prioritization of the facilities team efforts in focusing on the assets that matter. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon.
Well, we'll get there. Colleagues, any questions? Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So the question I have, I see this FTE and there's the paragraph about what it will do to assist the organization in other areas. So my question, it sort of gets back to like the STD advisor and the WSIB person. If it's a benefit, then in what way is the benefit of this individual or this FTE reflected in your overall budget? So I'm presuming then that you've changed something somewhere else in the budget to reflect lower costs by being able to hire this person to do something that you have not been able to do before.
Through you, Chair. I would answer that by saying that we have looked at and continue to struggle, I guess, with staffing levels, and we would anticipate that the savings that might occur through an additional staff time would be spent on better maintaining our current assets, like our housing portfolio, being able to spend more time of frontline staff in addressing those issues.
So just to follow up on that, then, was there a reduction in the whatever budget item that would be that reflects that?
Not that I'm aware of in the data.
Colleagues, I don't have any further questions, so I would ask if there is a motion to move the recommendation. I don't know, is there, Cheryl, did you want to chime in on this? Was there, okay, no, sorry. Can I get a mover of the recommendation? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by, swing over to the side, Councillor McCabe. Folks, if you wouldn't mind going to your e-scribe, voting on the staff be directed, You saw it there. Councillor Hoenick, you're okay with it? Did you see that? Okay. It was on my screen and then it left, so I can't read it, sorry. It was the data analyst, I believe. Yes. Councillor Vrbanovic, if you want to, oh, there he goes, and it's carried. Okay, folks, I'd like to now ask Commissioner of Transportation Services, Mathieu, to speak to our next presentation. Or Mr. Henderson.
Through you, Chair Harris, it is completely coincidental that both myself and my boss are wearing vests today.
Yeah, is it to happen to be both Kevlar or just Mathieu's?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time of council. I'd like to just say that our request for this position and this service extension is directly related to conversations that we have had as a group from top to bottom. Was pointed out through a strategic planning session, and we have worked also with IT to begin to form a transportation technology roadmap. And one of the things that came out of those discussions very clearly was our need for a data specialist, someone to focus on data. We need to work smarter rather than harder. In today's challenge, the challenges that we have today are related to increased service requests from the public, from our friends here at council, and we want to be able to respond to those inquiries in the most efficient and effective manner. We have been challenged in recent years with the implementation of various new systems, the decision support software tools, the Lucity tools. These are all fantastic tools, but we need to have somebody focused on collating the data right from the start, from data collection to data quality control, and to enable us to have access to that data in an efficient manner. Some of the things that are outlined in our slides are pretty self-evident, but this is a particularly challenging time for us in transportation related to the growth that the region is experiencing over the last few years. Our network is severely challenged with both traffic and pedestrian needs and cyclist needs. For us to be able to report efficiently and respond to the public and respond to council inquiries, we very much are in need of a data specialist to be able to triage those needs and develop efficiencies both in how we respond to those service requests, but also to make effective decisions. We have a ton of new software that are being utilized to make those effective decisions. It takes focus on this data, to collate the data, to make sure it's accurate, to make sure it's correct. So we are asking for a transportation services data specialist to be able to make those improvements.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shantz has a question.
Thank you. I'm not sure who this is for, but there's two data analysts back to back here. How many data analysts do we have through the organization, and are they all in individual departments, or is this an opportunity to pull them together? And I understand that the data is different, but data analysis would have some similarities regardless of what department. Yeah, I'm not sure
I'll let anybody who feels they want to answer that chime in.
So through the chair,
I don't think I have I don't think I have the answer to the number of data analysts offhand. Perhaps one of my colleagues does. If not, we can endeavor to bring that information back for the councillor.
Just, thank you.
Matthew, I see you're maybe...
No, just through you, I think it's there are some areas where the data is concentrated. So, for example, I know in the planning, development, and legislative services team, there's a full data unit that we leverage. For example, for the integrated mobility plan, we're not reproducing that. So that's all the forecasting data. So they provide us with all of the commuter data. They do all the census analysis. But now this data position there is, I would say, very very specific to the tools that we use in transportation. So it's the MyoVision system, it's the Lucid system. So we have a little bit of a need for both. We need to be able to formulate our own questions and analytics within the team, and we also need some more collated groups which can share more broadly throughout the organization analytics that on the same data sources.
Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Harris. I want to thank Councillor Shantz for asking the question. I had a similar question, seeing two in a row. And I'm presuming that MyoVision is in place and we're gathering data with MyoVision now and somebody's analyzing it, I presume. That's not the question. So the question then would be, and it could be for Matthew, if you had to pick one of the two, which would it be?
Through the chair. So first, MyoVision is rolled out through, and Mike will correct me, but only half of the existing network in the region. So the rollout has not been completed because of the available staff that we have. So we don't. So for example, I recall just about a month ago, we had a question in Cambridge about some operations on a light which is not equipped with MyoVision. So we could not do the analytics there without actually dispatching a team. So it's really so they're part of it and part of the objective, and I think we'll want to come back next year with a more fulsome plan on how to fully exploit MyoVision data, because there's a real transformational potential for that. First, it's just already being able to have the data, the underlying data capacity, and then it's kind of like your usual tool. Right now, we're using it probably to 10-20% of its potential, and we can. I think there's a lot of good outcomes that we can bring for you. Yes.
So that didn't answer the question, though, Chair.
But they're different. I can't prioritize.
You're saying you want both. But the question was, if you had to pick one of the two, which one of the two would you pick?
Through the chair, they perform very different functions for the organization. So it's again they deliver different services. This one is really about it's very transportation focused. The other one is on the asset management piece, and maybe
Commissioner Rose I know wants to get in on this one too. Sorry, Commissioner Rose.
Well, it's still not answering the question, but okay. I mean, like we have to make a decision about what we're going to do here, and we're trying to get some guidance about which of the two we should prioritize. We may want to say we can't do one, we want to do the other. We want to say which one. It's a tough year. We can always get the other one the next year. Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Rose. My apologies for interrupting.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair Harris and Councillor Deutschman. I think that there's what you're seeing here is the maturity of the asset management program. So right now we have people in each of the operational departments who are collecting data. And they're doing that through inspections, condition assessment inspections or other inspections. And the data is accumulating and no one is analyzing it to the degree that it needs to be analyzed. So the work that's being done on any of the analysis is done on the side of the desk by supervisors or project managers or what have you. So we've got all this data to inform the capital program, to inform the asset management plan, but we don't have anyone that really can spend a lot of time analyzing it and then giving it to the group on my team, the asset management team. There looks at all of the data from a corporate perspective. So when I get data, if I get data from facilities or from transportation or housing, et cetera, airport, my team, and this speaks to the two people I'm asking for asset management, will take all that data and prioritize our work corporately, because right now we're prioritizing the capital plan by each service area. So transportation has its own priorities, airport has its own priorities, housing has its own priorities. We want to get to a point, a level of maturity where we're using tax dollars effectively, where maybe something in Commissioner Sweeney's area is more important from a service level perspective than what's going on in Commissioner Getzke's area. We want to be able to prioritize the capital program corporately across all of the departments. So we need people embedded in each of the departments to do that condition assessment analytics with the data, which is what the facilities one was about. The one that Commissioner Getzke's talking about is slightly different because he's using the data to do analytics on traffic, I believe, which is not necessarily condition assessment. So that's why he's saying it's two different things. But I just wanted to make council aware that we're entering a new phase of capital development where we can get real data so we can use tax dollars effectively. We want to get to that mature asset management stage where council is making decisions on, do we invest in the airport? Do we invest in housing? Do we invest in transportation? And to what level we do that and know the impact. Because right now, council's making decisions on which projects in transportation are we going to invest in, which projects in housing, which projects, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the impetus behind these analyst positions that are coming forward to council for consideration, and the two asset management positions that I'm asking for my department. So I hope that clarifies. And if you need something else for December 13th to read and think through, I'm quite happy to work with my colleagues to develop something for you to make it more clear if I wasn't able to do that today.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just wanted to add my support to what Commissioner Rose just articulated. I was going to try to make some of those very points. She's done it far more eloquently than I would be able to. But I think sometimes governments make the, the mistake, or that we gather a lot of information and a lot of data through programs and services that we offer. But if we don't use that data, and put it to some kind of, be purposeful with it. What is the point of gathering that data? And the purpose of gathering it is to help us make informed decisions. And so personally, I think this is something that we should support, because I think ultimately, as Commissioner Rose articulated, we're getting our asset management program to that state of maturity where, this will really help us understand cross-functionally, across our whole organization, where and when and why and what we should be prioritizing. So I think these are really valuable positions, which ultimately could be saving us time, saving us money, and just really making sure that we're effectively using using the tax dollars that residents have given us. So thank you for providing that explanation. I think it's really helpful.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Commissioner Rose, thank you for saying that, because I also want to lend my support as well for these. As someone who, very closely, I have people who do data analysis, and I know that there are unique needs. You cannot necessarily have somebody working in one department to do data analysis in another. Everything is very unique, and we often hear from community how important the data is to inform, things around transit and service, and having specialists, and it is a specialist role for someone to be able to go through and analyze data. It's easy to collect it, but to analyze it is it's a specialized niche. It's very nuanced. It is an area, and I support AI, but I absolutely believe when you're analyzing data, you need to have a human person-centered approach to this. And I want to lend my support, because I know how important it is for us to be efficient, and to, in the long run, having this work done may save taxpayers and help us run more efficiently as a region. So just offering my support, I support these positions. Thank you.
Sounds like we have a mover and a seconder, but I'll let Chair Rubin chime in.
I'm happy to stand behind my two colleagues just to say that this council and the previous council, with good reason, invested in MyoVision because of the outcomes and the data-informed decisions that we will be able to make. And it seems foolish to now decide that we're going to be very parsimonious in providing the kind of human resources we need to give data so we can make data, informed decisions. I'm very supportive as well.
Okay, we've got a move by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor James. No further questions. I'll ask our colleagues to go on to e-scribe to move this to the 13th. And that is carried. Thank you, colleagues. I will now ask Mr. Dyer to carry forward with his presentation.
So thank you, and through the chair. So I've just one final slide with respect to the plan and budget review today before we turn our attention to the capital program. And I do have a couple of quick updates as well, one based on an earlier conversation from this morning. So this final slide is simply a reminder for Council of the funding that is currently within the 2024 preliminary budget with respect to funding for external organizations. You'll recall the report that we had on the agenda last week provided some detail in terms of the various funding streams and the recipients of funding in 2023. This chart outlines what is currently within the budget as amended to include the Community Capacity Building Fund amendment from November 22nd, which you can see down near the bottom on the in the right-hand column. So just for information at this point, as part of as part of the presentation on Budget Day on the 13th, we'll repeat this information. And one of the decisions that Council will make as they approve the budget is the overall level of funding that's available within the various streams. And then the allocation or distribution, for lack of a better term, of those grants is something that would come back to Council over the course of the first few months of 2024 in alignment with the process that has been established for each one of those streams. So just an information item for you, again, to reflect the amendment from the 22nd, and we'll repeat this in the slide deck on the 13th. I also wanted to provide two additional updates. So the first is a response to the question from Councillor Deutschmann from this morning with respect to the proportion of the tax increase in 2024 that relates to the services which should be funded by provincial revenues. So, based on the 8% figure, which is where we stand right now, just under 60% of that increase is attributable to those services. So 4.7% of the 8% is required to provide additional funding for those services set out on that slide. That's the first update. The second update refers to some news that we've received over the last 24 hours, which will likely have an impact on the 2024 budget. We've received notification, firstly, from the federal government of a planned reduction to our Reaching Home funding. So this is funding that is used to offset the costs associated with a number of programs within our the homelessness area. It's ongoing funding, and we understand that there is I would say a a minor reduction in 2024, leading up to a much more significant reduction in 2025 and 26. And additionally, we received notification from the province of Ontario that transition funding that's been provided over the last few years with respect to children's services is going to be discontinued as of April 1st of 2024. This has a much more significant and immediate impact. Staff are still trying to sort through exactly what the change means, exactly what the impact will be in 2024. Our intention will be to provide a briefing note to committee as it deliberates on the budget on December 13th. And if we have anything in advance, we'll certainly get that out to committee as soon as we can.
Councillor Hoenick.
Thank you, Chair. Homelessness is one of the biggest crises, if not the biggest crises we have nationwide. So I'm wondering if, with respect to the reduction in reaching home funding, was rationale provided for that? Can we advocate against it on behalf of the region, or?
Mr. Sweeney, Commissioner of Community Services.
So through you, Chair, the notification on both of these came in late yesterday afternoon, and so we're still digesting and seeking some clarity in terms of the rationale. So if you can just, we're meeting tomorrow or Friday, so if we can just kind of get our heads around that, I'll be able to provide you a more clear and succinct answer in a couple of days.
Sure, I don't mean to rush you, I just find it really disturbing. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to go back to the earlier comments by Mr. Dyer, trying to understand if, in fact, the province, we didn't have to pay for the province's programs on our budget, what would the percentage increase be for the local taxpayer on this budget?
Sorry, is the question if we didn't have those particular increases? So it would be approximately 3.3%.
So that would be our budget?
That would be the tax rate impact in
right.
2024.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you very much. I don't think this is any way good news, and certainly nothing that we were anticipating happening in the middle of the budget. I'm just wondering, as staff analyze this, my understanding is this is across the board. So if we could at all gather any kind of comparators to other regions and single-tier governments that provide the services we do to see the relative impact, I think that would be really helpful too as we figure out how we go forward to lobby for a reinstatement plus more money for these programs. Mr. Sweeney?
Yes, just to confirm, it is our understanding in both cases they're across the board. This is not something that's uniquely impacting Waterloo Region. There's a provincial social services policy conference tomorrow and Friday I'll be attending, so I'm certain this will be a topic of conversations amongst my colleagues, so well taken.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity because I know in the budget book on page 8, we also see that the federal grants are reducing by almost $1 million. So this is an additional million that they're looking to not fund us. Is that correct? So federal, like, is that coming out of that same budget line of the federal grants where it's the deficit, or is it somewhere else in the budget? I'm just trying to figure out where this tracks in our programming.
Right. So through the chair, of course, the notification we received yesterday, not reflected in the preliminary budget. The reduction that was already baked into our base budget presentation back on October 18th actually also does relate to housing programs, and it's the phasing out of federal subsidy for a variety of housing programs. This is more so on the homelessness side of the Housing Services Department.
Councillor.
This is very discouraging news, terrible timing. The only good maybe piece of information it is maybe they didn't get the chair's letter yesterday that they crossed on one another's desks. Anyway, good advocating, and it just feels like we're some of our partners at the provincial and federal level are not understanding the consequences and the seriousness of that the local municipalities are facing. And I just hope that with letters like were sent yesterday that we're going to be able to get some traction, but it doesn't feel encouraging at all.
Okay, thank you. Who do we got next? Oh, sorry, Councillor Craig, you can go again.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was going to wait, and perhaps I should wait to other business to bring up this whole issue of the provincial funding and the announcement coming out of Toronto. But, you know, we've got these two new announcements which are detrimental to the public in terms of what we're trying to do here in the region of Waterloo. And I can't help feeling just really quite angry sitting here listening to what's happening and the impacts on the local taxpayers in terms of us trying to put together a budget and having all kinds of constrictions and difficulties in terms of things that are taking place. I want to first of all, if I may at this point, Mr. Chair, thank the regional chair for in fact sending the two letters off. But I want to say also that I think it's only a starting point, and that in the new year, we had talked about a motion to meet with our MPs and MPPs. And I think, like Toronto, we should be asking for, quote, a new deal. Because Toronto, if I was a Toronto councillor today, I'd be ecstatic about what's going on in terms of what's happened, in terms of the fact that the province and the premier even admitted it was a bad deal for the province, that Toronto got the better part of the deal. And we're talking $9 billion. And of course, who's paying for that but the taxpayers in this region through their provincial taxes? So not only are they going to pay for our budget, they're also bailing out Toronto in an indirect way. And I think that should be on the attention of everybody at Queen's Park who is not a member of the Toronto membership down there in terms of provincial representation. Toronto, over the last number of years, has got a land transfer tax that we didn't get. It got, and I sent a letter around to council last year in December asking our MPPs why Toronto got $200 million to buy their budget down last year. And here we are this year, and they're getting bailed out again. So all I'm saying is we need not to confront our MPPs and MPs, but we need to request them to work with us for a new deal. This is not sustainable. And it hasn't been as we've been going through this. You know, when people are saying, you know, it's a difficult period of time. Well, it is a difficult period of time, but not for everybody in Ontario. And I'm talking about the Toronto representatives. And I think we need to focus in the new year on a new deal. I think we need to start talking about it. I think we need to start explaining it to the public, because what the province should have done is come up with a new program or a new legislation for sustainable fiscal memorandum in terms of sustaining municipalities in a new fiscal arrangement. That's what they should have done. But instead, they hacked off half the province and decided they would give this monies to the Toronto and bail them out. Now, I'm not going to mention that this may be because there's 25 provincial ridings in the city of Toronto, why they did it, but it certainly doesn't smell very well. So, Mr. Chair, I think I appreciate all my colleagues here trying to turn at everything to squeeze something out, and how difficult this is today. And the other thing that has happened I think over the last number of weeks has been the fact that we've turned in on ourselves at times. Police budget's a perfect example. And there's been a lot of conflict. And why? Because people are trying to find an avenue to serve the public. That's what they're trying to do. And I think that's unfortunate, okay? And we all have to accept responsibility for that. But anyways, Mr. Chair, I needed to say that. I was going to say it under other business, but I think it's particular to this particular discussion we're having with right now. And again, I come back to, we need a new deal. We need to act in cooperation with our MPs and MPPs, and we need to start that in the new year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Councillor Craig. I know it's on everyone's minds, especially yours. You've been stewing all morning trying to get that out, and I hope someone's tuning in over the lunch hour to hear that. Just on that note, the specifics of that deal with Toronto includes $600 million in additional operating support for shelters and homelessness, obviously conditional on federal support for refugee and asylum claimants. I mean, those issues that Toronto faces, and I know our council last budget meeting struggled with a discussion all around homelessness, and it's going to impact the local taxpayer, and of course the province, having the same situation that Toronto has with housing and homelessness and shelter system, and even the refugee and asylum situation also impacts our community. And so, yes, we need a new deal, absolutely. Because if we don't, it'll be the local taxpayers of our community that are going to continue to foot that bill. And as we all know, there's only one taxpayer, but there are they're selling more of their share than, frankly, they should, and those other levels of government need to step up to the plate. So thank you for that, and I know we'll have others around the Horseshoe express, their feelings on that throughout this difficult budget process. And with that, I will ask Mr. Dyer to move into our capital program so we can keep this agenda moving. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to the chair. We'll switch gears here a little bit and spend a little bit of time talking about the region's preliminary 2024 to 2033 capital program. And so the way this will work is we'll have some introductory slides that will be shared between my colleagues Jennifer, Cheryl, and myself, and then we'll turn the podium over to a few staff members within various divisions and departments of the organization who will talk about the important projects, some of which that are underway now, some of which will be starting in 2024, and others that will be included in the forecast years of the 10-year program. And our goal here is to help everybody understand a little bit better what's included in the capital program, how we and how we fund it. So hopefully that's hopefully we can say at the end of this that that's what we've accomplished. And if I can ask for the slides to be shared, which they are, and we'll move to the second one. So we'll review the capital program. We also have some recommended housekeeping amendments to the capital program. I'll get to that in just a second, but there are some proposed modifications to the capital program that we'd like council committee to consider today. Next slide, please. And of course, similar to the operating budget discussions that we've had over the course of the last 4 meetings or so, the projects that we have in our capital program are aligned with the various priority areas that we've identified through the 2023 to 2027 capital program, a strategic plan, and we'll show you what those projects look like within each of those areas as we go through the deck today. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Jennifer to speak a little bit about asset management. Go ahead.
Thank you, Craig. So the capital program is a series of projects to either address existing infrastructure needs or to build new infrastructure for growth. Included in this are considerations for active transportation, water supply and treatment efficiencies, climate adaptation and mitigation, resiliency and redundancy, and equitable services. We know that there are strategic investments which have to be made at strategic times during the life of the asset. This means when the asset is new, we maintain it, and when it gets older, there are investments made to repair to extend its life, and at the end of the life, we replace it. The whole point of doing asset management and doing it well is to extend the life of the asset for the lowest possible life cycle costs. Levels of service can be approved by council. However, many levels of service at the region are legislative requirements, as in the case of minimum maintenance standards for roads and water potability. These decisions are also informed by fiscally responsible infrastructure investment strategy for all assets, which can include funding from reserves, grants, or debt. Infrastructure interventions simply refer to maintenance, repair, replacement during the life cycle of the asset, as referred to earlier. Levels of service can determine when the investments are made. In the region, we coordinate our asset management plan with the area municipalities plan so we can do repair on a road all at once and minimize public disruption. Growth is also a large part of the capital plan, as oftentimes we replace infrastructure when we are increasing its capacity to support growth. We can also add to the infrastructure with active transportation or buggy lanes. In these cases, the asset may continue to be repaired longer, knowing it will be placed in tandem with growth infrastructure, or it could be replaced earlier than needed for the same types of reasons. And reserves are the savings needed to repair and replace infrastructure. Ideally, we will have enough reserves available when an asset needs to be repaired or replaced. The contribution to reserves is part of a long-term financial plan, which is informed by the asset management plan, and all of these together inform the capital plan. The next slide, please. So in September of 2023, Craig and I came before you and made a presentation about the asset management plan and the plan gap from a financial perspective. So in the asset management plan gap is the gap between the expenditure per asset management plan and the planned expenditure in the capital program. And what that means is that in the asset management plan says we need to spend this much money, but the capital plan says we're going to spend only this much money. So based on the 2019 asset management plan and inflating values to 2023 dollars, this gap is currently estimated at $61 million, which means we are not investing $61 million as was identified in the asset management plan into our infrastructure. So this will increase the life cycle costs for the asset and impact services. Now, the renewal funding gap is the difference between required and targeted levels of investments in order to make the capital program sustainable and to avoid issuing debt for renewal works. You've heard Commissioner Dyer speak often about issuing debt and trying to balance that with what we have in our reserves. So based on the 2023 operating budget and the 2023 to 32 capital program requirements, this funding gap is currently estimated at $41 million.
Ms. Braun, Director of Corporate Finance.
Yes, through you, Chair. I just have a couple of slides here just going through the nuts and bolts of the capital program and then some details about the 2024 to 2033 capital program for the region of Waterloo. So I see that there are some, can you just shift through all the animations? Thank you very much. So just a reminder to committee that our 10-year capital program outlines all the investments for new and existing assets that are required to achieve strategic objectives, deliver regional services, and build the community. It also includes the funding and financing in order to deliver that plan. Just a reminder, existing assets are those assets that we have right now. They need renewal works to keep them in a state of good repair. So as Jennifer had mentioned, this is the maintenance, the renewal works, the upgrades, the replacements that are required for existing assets. And those are informed by the asset management plan. New assets come about when we need more infrastructure required to serve a growing community. More water, wastewater capacity, roads, facilities, housing, vehicles, and equipment. Those are the types of assets that are required to sustain growth, and those are informed by the region's official plan, strategic plan, and master and business plans. Next slide, please. And just carry on through all that. Yeah, thank you. For every dollar that is of expenditure that we have in the capital program, we do need to identify a funding and financing source. The funding and financing sources for the capital program are quite limited. There's just three major sources, being grants and subsidies, recoveries. Those are from senior levels of government or third parties. Development charges are used to in place growth-related projects. So those come from any new development. We collect development charges on those. And then property taxes and user rates are obvious from the title, but we also have the financing mechanisms for those being current year revenues, transfers to reserve. So we sometimes put money into the reserve for use in a future year when the expenditure is actually made. And then to the extent that we don't have enough money in our reserves, we have to issue some long-term borrowing and then pay those back through future operating budgets. Next slide, please. I won't go through all of these. This is a slide that basically outlines the magnitude of our regional infrastructure. Currently, what we have in place, it covers the majority of the services that the region delivers, and it does show that there is quite a bit of infrastructure that we actually have at the region. I think that the total value is somewhere in the range of $4 billion at this point in time. In terms of process, just a reminder that Council approves the current year budget and the 9-year forecast. So new projects don't proceed until they occur in the current year of the capital program. But in the case where there are multi-year tenders or assignments, once we make those commitments, that basically approves the multi-year budget for those projects. Next slide, please. I'm not sure I need to go through all this. I think I've kind of alluded to most of these comments so far in my introductory remarks. Thank you. But just one item to note here on this slide is that the capital program is constantly evolving. We do review it on an annual basis to update for cost escalation, take into account rising borrowing rates. We look at interdependencies of different projects and make sure that the timing of the projects align and are optimized. We have to take into account any outcomes from environmental assessments and design work. To the extent that there are new master plans or business plans, we incorporate those as they become approved into the capital program. Changes in council objectives, just like the most recent approval of the strat plan, are incorporated into the capital program as they occur. We also take a look at any of our resourcing capacity. So if we are, if we don't have enough staff, we kind of pare back on the number of projects that we can complete in a given year, and we adjust the work accordingly. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides are just an overview of what the total dollar amount that we have in our capital program is for 2024. So in 2024, just that budget year, projected or estimated expenditure is about $538 million. Almost half of that relates to water, wastewater, and road infrastructure. 125.6 million for water and wastewater, another 126 million for roads, about 62 million for public transit, and then the Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan and Housing Services and Housing Renewal Works adds another $90 million. Next slide, please. Again, limited funding sources to pay for all that infrastructure. About $250 million would be coming from property taxes and user rates, directly from reserve. Another 71 million in property tax and user rate debentures is required to fund all those expenditures. In terms of the growth-related expenditures, we will be leaning on development charge reserve funds to the tune of about 126 million. And then there's a small amount of DC debt contemplated, just under $7 million. And then, of course, the grants and subsidies and recoveries of almost 85 million. Next slide, please. The 10-year forecast is a very big number, $6.6 billion. About $1.2 billion relates to water and wastewater. Another $1.2 billion relates to roads. In terms of public transit, a good portion of that $1.8 billion, relates to the Stage 2 ION. It's not the total cost.
of that project because we do recognize that some of those expenditures fall outside of the 10-year window, but a good portion of it is within the 10-year window. And then the Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan and additional renewal works is adding another almost $844 million. Next slide, please. And then the funding and financing sources, maybe I'll just start with the grants and subsidies. We do anticipate or have assumed that Stage 2 ION will be paid for 100% from other levels of government. So that's accounting for that most of that $1.75 billion in the blue piece of pie. And then property taxes and user rates funding coming from reserve, another $2 billion. Property tax and user rate debenture is about $1.3 billion. Development charge reserve funds is $959 million, and then another almost $530 million of debt related to DCs. So total debt is almost is over $1.8 billion anticipated to be issued over the next 10 years. And with that, maybe I'll just pause and see if there's any questions on any of that material to date before we turn it over for the housekeeping amendments.
There is. Councillor Hune.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's on slide 16. It's a pie chart about capital expenses. I was surprised to see that only 12% of the capital budget is going to housing or new homes. I was wondering if you could speak to why it's not a greater proportion of money going to housing, given that housing is such a crisis in our community currently.
Councillor Hunick, through you, Chair. Right now, the capital investments related to housing, which is coming up in a few slides, I can walk through that, are all related to the previously approved master plan and the Building Better Futures. So we're working through a proposal. My understanding is it represents about 17% of the overall capital budget. So it's significant, but it's not really a situation where we're looking at one versus another, actually very similar to the comments from Commissioner Rose. So we're just following the master plan until it gets amended at any time going forward.
Okay. And Mr. Dyer also would like to comment, Councillor Hunick.
Yes, to Councillor Hunick's question, I wouldn't be too thrown off by the 12.7% number, and that's for two reasons. The first is the $844 million that we're showing as the housing capital program over the next 10 years is the highest that number has. We've never had a number anywhere close to this high in the overall capital program. So I think there's a significant amount of investment being made in housing. And the second is just by the nature of the way percentages work, anything that isn't public transit and roads and water gets a smaller percentage.
Which is something for pause, but thank you for your explanation.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just wondering about either the near term and then the 10-year capital forecast. I know we're waiting and going through a process for carbon budgeting and to really understand and better account for where our GHG emissions are and where they can come down. I'm wondering when we will, when in this process we'll have the discussion around, the prioritizing what's in our capital plan in order to impact our GHG emissions and really to be driving those down and making sure that what's in the capital forecast, either near term or longer term, really aligns with the strategic plan that we just passed, which has a lot to do with, the community and what we've agreed to in our strategic plan really has a lot, to do with climate change and acting more quickly and really addressing some of those carbon emissions. So probably not a question for you, Cheryl, but but I don't know if Commissioner Regier or Rose, I'm not sure who wants to respond.
Mr. Regier?
Yeah, through Chair Harris. So the carbon budget process is underway, and I'm expecting reports early in the new year. which will inform the process that we have for capital budgeting in the next fiscal year. So I would say we'll be well positioned, although none of my staff are within kicking range here, so I'm looking around to see if I get any reactions. But I'm anticipating that in the 2025 budgeting process, we'll be able to speak directly to carbon budget impacts, and then that can be part of the consideration for that process then.
And so through that process, then we'll look at strategically prioritizing what's in our capital plan.
That will be, I guess, a subject for council discussion, how we want to engage with that information at that point.
Okay, thank you. I just think that's an important thing for us to, if it's not going to happen in this budget, but for us to really think about then for 2025, because time is running out very quickly. And as I said, we've just recently passed a strategic plan that had a heavy emphasis on climate change and really working to do what we can as a council and an organization to drive down the emissions that we create. So I think we're going to have to take a really serious look and have some challenging discussions around what should be in that capital plan over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Mr. Dyer. So we are, stage 2 ION, we're relying heavily on funding from the upper levels of government. So, and we're starting the process to prepare for stage 2 ION now. And allocating money towards that. What happens if we don't get the upper tiers funding? The silence is deafening.
It's all, yeah.
My apologies. I was thinking.
You can hear the wheels turning here. So.
Yeah.
So what happens if the region is unsuccessful in receiving significant levels of funding for stage 2 LRT? I think at that point, there will be a decision that will be required from the council of the day around the around the benefits and the affordability of such a project. So the assumption that we have made for a number of years now is that senior levels of government will fund the capital costs associated with stage 2 LRT. There are certain costs that we would anticipate that the region would be responsible for. In the absence of that funding, I think there's a significant policy and financial decision to be made by this council in terms of what does a funding model look like for a $4.5 billion project. Just for context, stage 1 LRT was an $868 million project. And it took 9 years of tax increases to get to the point where the regional transportation master plan funding model was fully implemented. The scale and scope of a $4.5 billion project is significant, to state the obvious. And that would be a decision of the council of the day.
So you've made my point perfectly clear, is that a capital forecast, 10-year capital forecast, is a fluid document. And these are the things that we are perceiving that we're going to do and prepare for them financially, but it's not 100% guaranteed. I'm not sure, how often do you bring up the capital forecast and juggle it? I know we do it every 6 months.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And I think it aligns well with the comments of my colleague Cheryl Braun just from a few minutes ago. When we say that the capital program is constantly evolving, that is exactly what's happening. We do a formal reset once a year, as we go through a new budget process. You're correct. In the sense of what's included in the 2024 budget are the projects that we're going to be working on next year. The forecast is a forecast, and it gets updated. It gets updated regularly. It's some may see it as is ambitious or aspirational, but it does give an indication of the projects that the region intends to carry out in the future. And at some point, those projects move forward until they get approved in a current year capital program.
And if I may, Chair, through you, it can be visionary, and it's supposed to be visionary based upon facts, accounts we have, and accounts we perceive to receive. Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And a question for Cheryl. I think, Cheryl, in the one slide, the 10-year debt servicing cost was $1.6 billion. Is that correct? Going forward for 10 years going forward?
That was the total amount of debt to be issued, yes.
To be issued, okay.
In the 10 years.
So how, assuming that the region can sustain that, how would that compare to the last 10 years, like in ratio of debt for 10 years and 10 years forward? Is that a fair question, or is that, I guess based on the number crunching you've done, you're assuming the region can support that?
Okay, Mr. Dyer.
Again, that it's just a forecast.
I'm happy to give that a try. It's so if the question is, does the $1.8 billion of debt that's proposed in the next 10 years, how does that compare to what we what we did issue over the last 10 years? Is significantly more. Is significantly more, and is in that sense, I suppose, perhaps visionary, perhaps aspirational. Certainly a funding challenge for us going forward, because I think, as indicated, the debt servicing costs would certainly be significant. There would obviously be an allocation of those costs between tax-supported programs, water and wastewater rates, and development charges. But it is a significant amount of debt, and this is partly why we do the reset every year. Because gives us an opportunity to assess other funding sources and make sure we're issuing, the most appropriate amount of debt in any given year.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So just a general question then. So we reviewed the operating side of the budget, and we discussed areas for cuts, et cetera, And now we have before us, for example, at slide 13, the 2024 capital budget, and showing a portion of it is property tax. Are we able to reduce the property tax levy at all through the capital budget in any of these items that are property tax supported through the property tax? Because it seems the answer often comes back, no, we don't want to cut anything in the capital side. So I just want to clarify if is that doable or not?
So through the chair, I think maybe there's two questions in there. The first is, can council make changes to the capital program in terms of projects? And the short answer is yes, absolutely. The second question is, if changes are made to certain capital projects, does that have an impact on the levy in 2024? And the answer to that generally is no, it doesn't. It does have an impact on future budgets, in terms of, so for example, if a 2024 project was going to be debt financed, moving that project out means we don't have to issue that debt in 2024. And there's operating costs associated with capital projects as well. But generally speaking, a change to the 2024 capital program will not impact the levy in 2024.
So just to clarify, I'm not talking about anything that's debt financed. Is anything in the capital program, capital budget, property tax financed?
Well, through the chair, indirectly, yes, because through the operating budget, we make contributions to reserves, and then we use the funds in those reserves to finance the cost of many capital projects.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to come back to the ION for Cambridge, and just an update about when the business plan will be completed. Best guessed.
Through the chair, so for the business case to be completed, we have to start it. So on December 5th, we're bringing forward, we were asked to, council had directed us in May to look at to add some options. We're bringing that back on December 5th and at Planning and Works Committee to be able to lock in the options and then to be able to start the business case as early as possible in 2024.
So how long will it take to do the business plan?
And then it's an 18-month process. I would say advocacy could start at the same time, but the final document that can be the basis for a funding request, that's another 18 months after the initiation of the business case.
2026, 2027?
So if we're able to bring it to tender early in 2024, it's an end of 25 document.
Okay. My only concern, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the commentary and again, the professionalism of the departments that are working on this. And when we get to the final business plan and it's ready to be presented, I really want to have a very sobering opinion about how successful it can be. Because the province right now is falling behind on a number of projects across the province in terms of funding different capital programs. So I want the people in Cambridge to clearly understand that this may not be 2032, it may be 2035, 2040, if in fact it goes ahead. So I really want that sobering analysis. I'm hoping I'm here for that sobering analysis too. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are too, Councillor. Correct. Either, I suppose. All right, Mr. Dyer.
So thank you to the chair. So before we get into specific discussions or specific departments and the projects that are included in the capital program, staff wanted to propose some housekeeping amendments to the capital program, and I'll just kind of set the context here. The original version of the capital program was tabled as part of the budget on October 18th, and much of that work was completed in the summer. And so we built the capital program based on our understanding at that time of the status of projects, our capacity to get work completed in 2024, and a variety of other factors. What we asked staff to do over the last couple of weeks was to go back through that capital program and see whether anything has changed with respect to the status of projects and our capacity and ability to get work completed next year. And there are a number of changes that we're proposing to a variety of capital projects in 2024. And so the way to look at this would be that if we were tabling the capital budget today, not as we did on October 18th, this is what it would look like. There aren't, this is not about deferring, canceling, changing scope. This is simply looking at timing and what work we think will get completed in 2024. And so the outcome of this review is approximately a $38 million reduction to the 2024 capital program. And in virtually all cases, this involves moving a certain expenditure from 2024 into 25 and into 26. So simply what we would call an expenditure reprofiling exercise based on how much work got done this year and how much work we think will get done next year. In addition, we have revised the expenditure profile for transit buses to reflect, in some cases, some significantly higher prices for electric buses. Now, on the flip side, the majority of those bus acquisitions are funded through the Investing in Canada infrastructure program. So we're anticipated 73% of those costs will be funded by the federal and provincial governments, and the remaining 27% funded by the region. And if we go to slide 18, which I will not go through in detail, and I'm not expecting anyone to commit to memory, This is the first of two slides that shows all of the proposed changes to the 2024 capital program. And you can see that in virtually every case, it's a reduction in 2024 that gets moved out into 2025 or to 2026. And the reason we have this level of detail here in the slide deck is to basically give us, if you will, an audit trail of the changes that are made. Because once a budget is tabled, all the changes to that budget must be made by council. So this is taking what we gave you on October the 18th and proposing on pages 18 and 19, if we go to the next slide, a reduction in spending in planned capital investment in 2024 of $37.6 million, with the majority of that, again, moved out to 25 and 26, and also with an adjustment related to the transit capital program. And this, we feel, would result in a capital budget that's more realistic, more achievable with respect to the work that can get done in 2024. And of course, everything out in the forecast years, as previously discussed, will get reviewed and updated again when the 2025 capital program comes forward. So if we could just go to slide 20. So the overall change here is a $37 million reduction in 2024. From a funding perspective, this shifts some grants and subsidies out to 26 and 27. It reduces the amount of funding we need from development charges in 2024. It reduces the amount of funding that's needed from reserve funds and reduces our overall debt requirement in 2024 by about $11 million. Again, just relating to the most likely expenditure profile associated with these projects. And so we have a motion for council's consideration, which would be to direct staff to amend the preliminary 2024 to 2033 capital program. This would be the program that would have been tabled back on October the 18th, as described on slides 18, 19, and 20 of item number 4.2 on the November 29th committee agenda.
Councillor McCabe.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Just curious if we could have a little bit of information about the urban forestry renewal, because I'm concerned. Well, I'd like to just know a little bit more about what's in that project before I make any further comments.
Either of our commissioners? Matthew? Commissioner Rose, want to?
Through the chair, when we came to you in October, I think we presented some proposals to accelerate the and implement more vegetation and kind of change our program for vegetation along roads. So we had the operating side then, and this is some additional dollars to go along these. So that's the capital piece. That's to accelerate some plantings along regional roads.
Thank you. That's what I thought it was. I'm just, I'd like to propose an amendment to that to actually keep that in the upcoming year capital, not to move that out, because I think it's really important that we look at vegetation and greening and that. So I would put a motion for, or amend the motion that's on the floor. Well, sorry, the motion's not on the floor, so I guess we need to get it on the floor first.
Sounds like we have a mover of the motion. Not sure.
Well, I don't know if I can move it because I want to amend it.
Do we need an amendment, or you're just agreeing with what's in there?
No, I'm saying pull that part out.
Oh, okay.
Pull just the urban forestry piece out.
Okay, I will let Mr. Dyer speak to this because I think he's got perhaps a better way.
Yeah, so just for clarity, this is one of the few cases where money is being added to 2024. So if we look at, so that's okay. So just the reference here is the bottom project on slide 18. I don't know if we could put slide 18 back up, that would be helpful. So this is a case where there was, for lack of a better term, just an oversight in putting the capital program together. This is actually because that number is not a negative number, it's actually adding the 200 into the capital program, and I think achieving exactly what you're looking for.
Okay, I misunderstood then. Thank you very much.
No
That's
problem.
awesome.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you.
Then I'm happy to move it.
Thank you. I also had clarification. I was wondering on slide 18, what exactly is the project for Foundry Street at Baden Creek that's being pushed out 4 years?
Through the chair to Councillor Salonen, I'm just searching for that information right now. I do have it handy. Sorry, I just need to look for it.
So just for clarification, the project is the fourth from the bottom on slide 18.
Through your
Mr.
chair,
Anderson.
sorry, I didn't, was that Baden Creek? Yes, so Councillor Sullivan, that project has been deferred to align with a road improvement there. At Baden Creek, there is a retaining wall on that bridge structure there that needs some repair. It's not imminent, so we've pushed that out to align with the road work by request.
And so just to make sure that barrier part, is that on part of lands that we own then down? I'm not certain where the Baden Creek actually aligns with Foundry Street.
Yeah, it's on regional right-of-way.
Okay,
So
perfect. And it's not imminent and it'll just align with the project going ahead in 2028?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Can we go back to 18 or 19? Is the transit hub at King and Victoria on either of these lists? Which I couldn't, the slide was moving too fast.
Mr. Dyer?
Yep, so the project you're looking for, I believe, is on page 19, and it would be the third project from the bottom, and the next two projects are also aligned with the KVTH project.
And are those being pushed out for budgeting purposes, or still have the support from the provincial government that we need for funding is part of it?
Through the chair. So this is also about aligning with works that are being advanced by others. So in particular, Metrolinx. So they have to do all the preparatory work with the retaining wall against the alongside the tracks, and so they're in the process of updating their timeline for that construction, but they've been pushing it out. So it's not an immediate funding issue. This is really about aligning with other interdependent projects.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Question on slide 19, rural infrastructure upgrades. Am I correct in assuming that just aligns with road work, or is it something more than that?
So through the chair to Councillor Shantz, that's a wastewater project. So that would be works that we're doing from an infrastructure perspective on any pump station and treatment plants that in the rural areas. So identified through condition assessment. It's not linear infrastructure.
So if I could just have one more question on that then. That doesn't affect the capacity in the rural areas as we're looking at all of these other pieces.
Yeah, so this would be work on existing infrastructure, but when we do work on existing infrastructure, we always look at it from a growth perspective as well. So there might be a little bit of that also included, but it's primarily for replacement of existing infrastructure that's met end of life or repair.
Okay, colleagues, I believe we've got a mover for the motion. Councillor McCabe, can I ask for a seconder in this motion? Councillor Huinik. that staff be directed to amend the preliminary 24 to 2033 capital program as described on those slides. Capital program presentation on the November 29th Strategic Planning and Budget Committee agenda. Colleagues, I'd ask that you vote on eScribe. Thank you. Okay, carried, colleagues. Matthew, over to you for the next presentation. Climate-allied growth.
Thank you, Chair. So this will be this is just a quick introduction to the first section of climate-aligned growth. So you know the 10-year capital program is fundamental to support Council's strategic priority on growth and climate alignment. Sustained investment in transit infrastructure, water and wastewater is critical to support strong regional population growth while preparing for the impacts of climate change and stewarding our shared resources. So I won't go into the details of the bullets there, and this segment will really show you the parts of the capital program that are directly supporting this strategic priority. So I'll start by turning it over to Doug to kick off the segment and talk about the investments regarding transit.
Thank you, Mathieu. Regional Council, as you know, I'm always excited to talk transit, and the capital program is no different. So a few highlights today. Let's start with what's underway. We've got our fleet of conventional buses currently in a conversion program to get to hybrids. So our fleet today, 278 buses, 238 of those are diesel, 39 hybrid, and 1 electric. And that 1 electric is the start of our electric bus pilot, which will begin shortly, which will have actually 11 buses in it. The next line there on advancing transit technology covers 2 pieces. An upgrade to our operational software, so that's the software that schedules buses, operators, routes. It manages other back-end functions, and it also pushes all of the customer-facing data out so that we have usable customer information on arrival times. There's also a small piece in there for our technology roadmap. This is a needed piece of work before we get into our business plan. As you're aware, technology is increasing in the transit space from fare payment to customer information and all of those things. So having a good technology plan before we start into our full business plan. And finally, the pedestrian bridge over Highway 7 and 8, which we're very excited to get in. As you know, sometimes GRT works on other things like scooters and multimodal, and in this case, a bridge over the highway to get a critical connection there. Starting in 2024, 2 facility improvements, which I'll highlight. One at Conestoga Mall and the other at Conestoga College. So these are terminals that obviously support customer transfer. We put them in places of high volume ridership, but they also support our operations and our operators in terms of relief areas and places to transfer. And as you look to the future, we'll continue our replacement and expansion of buses with a key decision upcoming next year on vehicle type and the associated infrastructure. So that discussion around diesel buses, hybrid buses, and electric buses will be coming to you next year at the completion of the electric bus pilot.
And we do have questions. Councillor Honig.
Hi, Doug. Thank you, Chair. I have 2 concerns with respect to accessibility of transit. So it's not in the PowerPoint, but it is in the notes for today. Yep. That the motion to increase the Mobility Plus bus fleet by 1 and 1 operator says for weekday peak times. And I want to make sure that we amend that to remove the weekdays because, as you know, we're currently rejecting 9% of requests on Sundays. Is that possible to do that here? Is that necessary to do that now? I just want to make sure we're not bound to weekday service increases.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I don't know the mechanism to do that, Councillor. I'm happy to say that we're adding capacity to Mobility Plus weekend and weekday. So if we need a motion or something to do that, happy to.
Okay, and my second concern with respect to accessibility of transit, Chair, if I may. The city of Waterloo has what's called the PAL card. There's a lot of overlap between the PAL card and the Plus One card. The Plus One card allows people with disabilities to access conventional transit with a support person. The PAL card allows people with disabilities to access recreational facilities in Waterloo with a support person attending for free. And so I'm wondering if we can minimize administration costs as well as the burden of paperwork for families with disabilities by conjoining those two application processes.
Simple answer is yes. I'm happy to reach out to my colleagues at the city and work through that. As you know, we're focused on eligibility and trying to make eligibility as easy as we possibly can. I think that's a great recommendation. So looking at Plus One and PAL as a
Excellent.
combined, yeah.
And I have one more question in a different vein, but if anybody else would like to speak.
You go right ahead, Councillor Honig.
So my last question is with respect to the ATP program. I love the ATP program, and I loved reading that there is some eligibility for 16 and 17-year-olds in specific circumstances. So if you could elaborate on those circumstances for eligibility of the ATP program for 16 and 17-year-olds, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Chair. Councillor Honig, I believe this was a question that initially came up through Councillor McCabe about how somebody, so if we're doing a household income assessment for the Affordable Transit Program, and you had somebody who was 16 or 17 and wished to get that, if they didn't have a parental support, or how would we become eligible? And so the eligibility for that actually comes through community services. And so what I believe and I hope is that we wouldn't turn somebody down if they were, if they weren't at the income level that would remove them from eligibility, which I'm imagining most 16 and 17-year-olds would not be, and they were effectively acting as their own household because they weren't grouped into other household income math, that we would have them eligible. So I realize that's not an affirmative policy. Yes, that's how we would do it. But the sense that I got is absolutely 16 or 17-year-olds would be eligible for ATP because they would not reach the household income threshold were they not in a household.
So I'm wondering about the possibility of broadening that criteria, since I don't know many 16 and 17-year-olds that can earn a salary that an adult might. And so is it possible, is it appropriate to provide direction to staff to look at the impact, the financial impact on GRT if we were to broaden it to 16 and 17-year-olds across the board, regardless of household income? Chair Harris, I'm looking at you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other folks on the docket.
Chair Harris, sorry.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get lost in the. So sorry. Was there a response to the question?
So it wasn't a question. It was whether or not it would be feasible and appropriate to provide direction to staff to look at the financial impact of making every 16 and 17-year-old eligible for ATP, regardless of household income, because no 16 and 17-year-old can make the amount of money that an adult might.
Okay, so I'll ask staff, because I'm not sure the extent of the ask myself here, so perhaps staff could comment on what that might look like and entail, and then we can kind of gauge our colleagues to see if that's something that they're generally in agreement of, and we'll go from there. Sorry, Councillor Honig.
Through the chair, that is, I mean, we had shared it also as part of the business plan. We will be looking more broadly at different age categories and how to make transit more affordable. So 16 and 17-year-olds, because there's work ongoing right now for for high school, and then partnership with the schools to do that. So I would say, instead of putting them under the ATP program, I think we're looking at just broad affordability for all our customers 18 and under, and solutions. And we'll bring the solutions back to council as part of the business plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just looking at doing whatever we can to speed that up, because I know that there's people that can't really wait till 2025. So, but I trust staff on this one. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hunek. And that sounds like a reasonable plan to come back as part of the business plan rather than the budget process. So, Councillor Salonen, I know in the past you and I you've disappeared from the docket, and I want to make sure. Okay, good. Yeah, good. No problem. No problem. Doug, are we done, or do we have other things on the go for you? Okay, then I believe it's over to Jennifer, Commissioner, Engineering and Environmental Services.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'll be speaking about the water supply and wastewater treatment capital program. So essentially the water supply and wastewater treatment capital program that are shown on this slide are for growth and land readiness. So the water supply strategy sets the roadmap for sustainable water supply to support future growth and adapt to climate change impacts. And the consolidation of supply sources results in operational efficiencies, reduced energy requirements, and operational flexibilities. And this is really important when we look at the system as a whole. So coinciding with the consolidation and optimization are pressure zone upgrades. This means that we can move water from different pressure zones to other pressure zones, which helps with growth and with fire flow protection for our neighborhoods. We've also got the Mannheim water treatment plant there that supplies 25% of the water to the region, and there's significant investments to improve redundancy and resiliency into the system. And then the Maple Grove water supply program was brought forward in our capital plan to bring additional water supplies online to meet economic and community demands. Next slide, thank you. The reservoir inspection program has matured through identifying significant renewal needs for this important asset. So as we do inspections, as I mentioned earlier, we find issues that we need to deal with earlier than we expect, or maybe cost more than we expect because we find things that we didn't know about previously. The manganese projects have been deferred slightly due to provincial guidelines not yet published. So manganese is the in your toilet, you will notice sometimes these little black dots kind of at the water line. That's manganese, and many people don't like seeing that from an aesthetic perspective, but it doesn't have any impact on the potability of the water. And the long-term consolidation of wells is deferred pending recommendations from the water supply strategy. So what that means is that we will know where to put in our test wells to find groundwater once we have the results from our water supply strategy. And next slide is mine, yes. And this slide is about wastewater treatment. So again, this is about land readiness and improvements to existing infrastructure. So we have introduced innovative technology at the Hespeler and Elmira wastewater treatment plants to improve treatment and reduce energy. And we've actually had a number of other municipalities interested in seeing how this technology works. So we're on the leading edge of this work at those two plants. Upgrades at Galt include major renewal and considerations of peak flows associated with higher intensity storms. So this is climate adaptation, and the replacement of aeration blowers will also result in improved energy usage. The blowers are used to put air into the wastewater so that the little bugs that eat the wastewater can survive. I'm just trying to help people understand what we're doing. We will be putting in new pump stations in Kitchener and Baden to accommodate growth, while incorporating increased storage required for peak flow events. That's referring to intense rain, so it's another adaptation project. We're also working on the East Side Lands sanitary trunk sewer. So as many of you know, this is an important growth area for the region, and construction timing has been brought forward to support development in the East Side Lands. And then we're also doing expansions of 3 rural wastewater treatment plants to support growth expected for these communities. And that's the end of my slides, and I'd like to invite Director Arsenault to come down and talk about the waste management capital plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Rose, and through Budget Chair Harris and committee. My one slide, I guess, I get. It's lots of good stuff, though. There's lots in there. So currently underway, as you may recall, you, as a committee council, approved a fairly significant design project earlier this year to look at the revitalization of the front end of our Waterloo Waste Transfer Station, and our consultant is currently in the works with that. That's a couple $2 million starting this year. Big changes due to all the traffic that continues in the Herb Street corridor there in Ira Needles. Some of the other things underway, we're currently building our next landfill cells. We do a progressive cell construction as the site develops. Good news, and we talked about this before, we do have in the area of 25 years of landfill capacity, which is something we really like to talk about as a great asset versus some of our counterparts in other municipalities and elsewhere. So we started that work this year, and we'll finish next year, so be able to start accepting waste in some new cells. Over the 10-year and underway, every year we change up equipment and large heavy equipment, packers, exciting stuff in my world. One of the things we've done over the last number of years that's been very useful, and we work with fleet services on, is we've found ways to rebuild a number of our large equipment. So they have considerable cost savings, plus also greenhouse gas emission benefits by doing that, as opposed to always buying brand new. And we'll continue to look at that. Starting this year, we call it environmental controls. It's a big bucket, but really it's dealing with all our heavily legislated things that we have to deal with at our sites. Most noticeably, dealing with landfill gas control, making sure we're protecting the environment through those ways. Odor abatement, and looking at energy generation through our landfill gas with our partners there. Kitchener decommissioned site, that's the former Kitchener landfill, more recently referred to as McLennan Park. With our colleagues at the City of Kitchener, we continue to work on that site and have to maintain it. Upgrades to the gas system, even though that site's been closed for many years, it's just an ongoing issue that we have to stay on top of for safety and maintain our environmental controls on that. As we look to the future, new curbside collection contract that will be being advertised very soon. We are moving to automated carts, and that's a significant investment, so there's money set aside for that. As the Waterloo Transfer Station revitalization or upgrade that I spoke to earlier, again, significant cost to that over a number of years, recognizing we have to maintain operations and do it over a number of years to provide that level of service. And the other bigger ticket items, it sounds kind of repetitive, but landfill cell construction on an as-required basis when the time is right, when we need those cells available, and the environmental controls that go with it. So landfill gas control, leachate collection. So if you think of it, it's very similar to the water and wastewater world of a bunch of pipes collecting gas or water and managing it. And that's what I have.
Well, that's great, John. Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just want to make sure I understand that when you're talking about the cells that are collecting I guess it's methane gas. I'm really what I'm wondering about is the ability or the potential ability of us to turn these wastewater treatment plants into thermal, like collect the heat that's coming off of them to use as in like thermal utilities. Is that what you're talking about with these cells?
Sort of, yes. We do currently and have always collected landfill gas, which is methane, and we have partnerships with external partners, and in Waterloo in particular, Tormont, where they create electricity that's then provided to the grid. And it is a preferred way of utilizing that gas as opposed to just having it vent to the atmosphere. We have talked to them, and we will actually be continuing to talk to them about utilizing waste heat. I think as we are looking at this issue of revitalization of the front end of our site and doing some changes, we've started some preliminary discussions around how can we maybe utilize that waste heat that they have into the foreseeable future. So those things are always on the table, and we are looking at them.
That's great. And if you want to put pipes under our sidewalks to use that thermal heat to melt the snow, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Don't see any other questions at the moment. So Commissioner Rose.
I don't believe I'm the next on the speakers list.
Okay. Mathieu, if you don't mind, you're going to hang on a bit. I think we'll take, it's 3 o'clock. It's break time, so let's take 15 minutes and be back for 3:15, and we'll dig in to the Homes for All section overview led by Matt. Okay, folks, hopefully everyone had a quick break there. Give a bit of extra time, but we're going to make it up here the rest of the afternoon. Over to you, Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just introduce the section on Homes for All. So again, the capital program is a critical element to support residential growth across the community. So this sector will give you a window into the capital program, which talks about both the direct support for affordable and deeply affordable housing, as well as the backbone infrastructure that's required to unlock community growth across all 3 cities and the 4 townships, such as roads and airport expansion. But we'll start with Gord, who will say a few words about ION Stage 2. As you know, the LRT has had a transformational effect on growth in the region, unlocking intensification in Kitchener and Waterloo and providing an affordable and reliable mobility solution that Council now has the opportunity to extend to Cambridge. So part of that prep work is in the capital budget. Gord.
Hello there, I'm Gord Ryan, Director of Rapid Transit. I'll say that right out front. Admittedly, it was a job of my lifetime to take over Stage 1 and lead it across the finish line. I've been involved in many transit operations in North America, and it exceeded every expectation that I ever thought it would. Just a quick side story, my daughter went to the region of Waterloo in maybe 2000, and I wondered, how do you transform these 2 cities? I've been around rail my whole life. Never thinking Stage 1 would be the catalyst to make so many wonderful and great changes. And I think we've done a few things since to lead up to Stage 2. Admittedly, while we were doing Stage 1, we had 2 people working in Stage 2 constantly. One you've seen, Matthew O'Neill, and the other one is Paula Sawicki. So they were looking at all life lessons associated with Stage 1. And I heard about the austerity programs today. We actually dismantled our entire Stage 1 staff, and now that entire contract is managed by 5 people for $33 million of managing the Keolis O&M operation. So I know that I saw this one, but it's going to be 10 years for the next one, so I won't see that one likely. But there's still an amazing amount of work that's already gone into this. But you mentioned the first step today, and that is the getting the business cases done, and that'll be over the next 2 years, and it amounts to about $3 million. It's the first step of all of the. I won't even talk about those other costs because they'll be predicated upon what happens through the business case. And the fact that we're not working alone, we're working with Mr. Reguer's department. We work with all the different departments, and we save an incredible amount of money that way, and there's so much talent in this region. It's just absolutely phenomenal. So we talk about world-class. Yes, we have a world-class light rail system, and we can piggyback on that. And I was just telling one of the councillors, we get weekly calls and weekly visits from cities right across Canada and the States, trying to figure out how do we do it. Now, $868 million was a lot of money, but compared to the similar projects down the road that are now $4.6 billion, like here in Ontario, though Mr. Craig is very thrifty, he won't let you have a nickel unless you can prove why you need it. So he's a great CFO. But in any event, in terms of the slide, the construction costs have now been shifted out a few years, and we heard it today. The best case for construction would be in 2032. Business cases, yes, we heard that today as well, and they'll start very shortly, and they'll be 2 years in the making. And construction costs, obviously, we want to prove that to the government we did an incredible job that nobody else has, and we want all the money provided for us. So that's what we're looking at. Construction costs are currently assumed to be fully funded by upper levels of government, and are not they're not included in the development charges calculations. And property costs would be funded by the region. It would be prudent and cost-effective to fund early, opportunistic property purchases with willing sellers before land values rise. Now, we've been doing that already. We had your blessing to do some of that. But just a few properties, if they come up to us and they're interested in selling the land, and at today's prices, we're going to get a good return on our investment anyway if we hang on to it for a little bit. So we're doing that. And we're also looking at it for not the same type of intensification as we saw in Kitchener-Waterloo, but the fact that we need homes for all. I mean, that's an interesting heading to put it under, but it is very applicable. So I think a lot of the stage 2 stuff I heard today, we are a staff of 2 now, so we made a very deliberate decision to, as I said, to dismantle the staff. And we have a large organization built for it if you move it forward, but we thought we'd just take it step by step and try to minimize any cost for the region and build on what we had already accomplished. We look at stage 1 as life's lessons, and as I said, people are coming to us for advice, but we can build it better, and I'm not sure we can't, based on today's prices, it won't be the same cost, but I think we built a phenomenal operation based on your support over the years, and I can't state it enough. Having been involved in my 45-year career and so many startups, this is the best one that I've ever done, and I think it really is world-class for this city, and that's the umbrella that we're under right now. We're looking at having a world-class region. And this was the first step, and I think it's the fact that there were visionaries that accomplished something beyond what I ever thought would happen, and being in this business a long time. You as a council and other councillors before you have done an amazing job. So I don't have much more to say about stage 2. You heard it today, so if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions. I guess you've answered everything in that presentation, so thank you. And who do we have next? Commissioner Rose? Or no, Mathieu, sorry. Now I'm deferring to you all the time. Over to you, Mathieu. Mr. Henderson.
Through the chair, I'll just hand it to Mike Henderson to talk about the roads expansion and growth program.
Thank you, Matthew. I just want to echo something Gord mentioned with respect to rapid transit and ION. I play old timers hockey, and every time I go into the locker room, people question these big decisions with ION. These same discussions were had over 50 years ago about the expressway, and so we're very lucky to have a forward-thinking council that supports these kind of long-range transportation initiatives that sometimes people don't see immediately. So just thank you for that. With respect to roads growth, we've experienced exponential growth in the region, which definitely challenges our road capacity. As we move forward with the road expansion program, transportation staff are very cognizant of how to expand our road network. We need to do it cautiously. So our road expansion program includes road widening. It includes new roads. It includes intersection improvements for development needs. We in the transportation group are very focused on other modes of transportation: walking, cycling, rollerblading, connections to rideshare, busing, ION, all influence our decisions as we move forward. You're going to be seeing transportation staff presenting in the new year with our integrated mobility plan. Further to Councillor McCabe's questions, I'll talk about that in the next presentation related to climate change. We are cognizant that obviously transportation and the vehicles that are on the roads contribute significantly to our carbon footprint, and the IMP will help to address some of the forward thinking that is analogous to what Gord is talking about with ION and the expressway that we built some 50 years ago. We are proceeding cautiously, keeping in mind that climate change goals are related to the declared climate change emergency that this council endorsed, and we are serious about meeting the climate change reductions, an 80% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050. In order to do that, transportation emissions play a large part of that. So The expansion with other modes of transportation is critical as we move forward. Therefore, I ask you to be bold in our decisions when we bring forward projects over the next 5 to 10 years, recognizing that we are trying to transform how we move through our community, incentivizing all of those active forms of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Don't see any questions, so thank you for that. I believe we're going to Mr. Sweeney for housing. Oh, sorry, Councilor McCabe, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't get, I entered late, but thank you. Thanks to both of you, Gordon and Mike, for the presentation about this. Just curious, because you were talking about the transportation information. I'm just wondering about, like, given that you were talking about, you're dealing with things like other modes of transportation, not just vehicular. Do you have information about capital projects that you're bringing forward in 2024 or in the near future around trails and other, like, have you already, is that coming in a later slide? Or I'm just wondering about that side of the, like, this was all just roads, and I mean, I'm sure it's not a surprise to everyone to hear me say I'm really concerned about road widening and road expansions and the amount of money that's going into that at a time when, we really are trying to shift people's behavior and in light of a climate crisis. But be that as it may, just wondering about if there's information you could share about, like, the trail networks and that side of the transportation equation.
So I believe the list included in the presentation has some of those highlights, Councillor, about specific projects, but we are certainly, from an overall perspective, we are focusing on looking at building a 15-minute community, looking at trail connections, looking at active transportation connections, looking at how people are moving through the region efficiently without the use of cars. So that is influencing all of our decisions on both the expansion side and the base side as we move forward. The old days of looking at strictly road capacity and building roads wider and wider is an unsustainable practice.
So given that it is an unsustainable practice, can you just comment on why I think there was at least 3 projects in there that you highlighted that are road expansions or widenings, et cetera? Like, I mean, in your professional opinion, like, I mean, I assume the answer is yes, we need these, but, like, what would happen if we delayed those or, or deferred them for a few years?
It's a larger question that's probably best answered directly project by project. Each project has specific needs. In general, there are certainly still some capacity. We're at a tipping point in all of these projects where we still have to balance out the movement of goods and services efficiently through vehicles on our roads. But I guess my point is that we are prioritizing active modes of transportation, other modes of transportation. So focusing in on capacity related to how people move through the region, not just with cars and trucks. Mm-hmm. So yes, there are, everything that's in the capital plan has been vetted and has been put in there with purpose. And it doesn't mean that we will discontinue immediately the expansion of roads. It means that as we move forward, we will get away from that. But there will always be instances, project by project, where vehicle capacity is critical.
But we're not at a point where we're facing gridlock or congestion. So I guess as you say, it's a project by project discussion, but, like, we're not facing any kind of gridlock, heavy congestion. I mean, it's kind of over the course of maybe at a couple of peak times during the day. So
correct.
Given what you're saying about, like, I appreciate what you're saying about, also investing in the active transportation part. I'm just really concerned about the amount of money that's continuing to go into roads, because it's the capital side, and then of course there's the operating side of maintaining them and snow clearing and all that kind of stuff that goes along with it. And I mean, I hear that we need to obviously move people, move cargo, but I guess part of my concern too is that some of these projects were envisioned before we had the LRT and before we were, we're building bike lanes and building trail connections, and people, 10 or 12 years ago weren't as concerned as we are now about climate and things like that. So I'm just, like I said, concerned that given the evolution of things like other modes of transportation that have come online and investments we're making in our bus services, which have grown tremendously over the past couple of years, and the trail connections and things like that. I'm just concerned about the amount of money that we're continuing to put into roads and the impact that has, ultimately on the behavior we're trying to shift in our community.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Henderson.
No, just maybe one word on that. I think through you, Chair. The approach that we've had already, for example, if you look at the work that was done on Fisher-Hallman and the existing master plan that these projects are the result of was already quite ambitious and really steered us away from just raw road expansion. So Fisher-Hallman, for example, was studied possibly as a 6-lane road and the decision was made to have it only as a 4-lane road and then add multi-use trails and make it as comfortable as possible for active transportation. So there was already, what you'll see in all the projects today, there's already a shift towards that. So that doesn't remove completely the need to build brand new roads in areas which are not where we want to service potential future growth, which are open for development. And there is an expansion of the regional network that's required just from a development perspective. And then the next master plan that will kind of finish the shift with really taking into account the mode share objectives that were embedded in the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. So that will kind of finish that movement. But I would say already in the projects that you see here, there are a few projects that are definitely extensions or new elements of the regional network that we need to support development inside the urban areas. And then the other ones are really about creating capacity along more multi-use trails and more and transit capacity more than just raw car capacity.
Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, having gone through the 10-year capital budget for transportation, how do we determine roads? And this isn't saying that we need to speed up roads. I just have residents in Wilmot saying that their roads are derelict, and I see some of them either put in the subtotals for the 29 to 2023 forecast. And of course, I recognize that somebody saying it's derelict does not mean it's at the point of repair. I'm just trying to figure out, how does that actual justification go on what roads get repaired at what times? I'm specifically referring to Erbs Road between Sandhills and Nafsinger.
So any roads that are scheduled for rehab are looked at based on asset condition. So we do inspections on the road annually, on all of our roads annually, and look at the condition of the road. So any interventions to extend life cycle of that road are looked at based on the condition of the road.
Perfect. And if I may have a follow-up, I see that we have the Township Road Safety Study coming up in this budget. Could you just elaborate on what that actually means that we'll be doing?
Traffic calming initiative. Yeah. Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's an initiative that we have commenced based on Council's recommendation to further engage the townships with speeding issues in small hamlets. We have met with all of the township directors, and that process has sort of evolved from just kind of looking at speeding in the townships to kind of dig a little deeper with the townships and look into some of the causes and some of the some of the potential fixes that we could look at over a longer period of time in addition to speeding. So that's going to be done in 2024 in partnership with all of the townships. So it's sort of evolved into a bit of a study, if you will, of those smaller areas to solve not only the speeding problem, but to really see what's going on in those smaller towns from a perspective of how the community actually uses the regional road facility.
That's great. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Over to Mr. Sweeney, Commissioner of Community Services.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just have the slides up, please. Thank you, everybody. I'm through you, Chair. I'm happy to present just 2 slides on the capital side of our housing program. And I'm doing so today in the context of 2 things. The first is the information I'm sharing with you today is related to the upcoming year as it pertains to our Building Better Futures plan, which was this council's endorsement of an ambitious plan to add 2,500 new units over 5 years, which, and looking at the history of this community, is the largest, fastest, and most ambitious investment in social housing in this community since the late 70s and early 80s, when the federal government got out of the business of building social housing. It's also related to the conversations we've had around this horseshoe as it relates to the plan to end chronic homelessness, which I'll get to in a second. Because one of the things that I want to point out here as we go through, as you can see, there's some information related to this program, what's currently underway. You can see a number of sites that are being built this year. There's work underway at Kings Court and Waterloo and Wilson Avenue. And then we're looking to add in 136 units will get underway in 2024. A number of times in the last couple of weeks, I've been asked about the investments related to the plan to end chronic homelessness, which you all know has an $11 million operational impact, as compared to the work that we should be thinking about and doing to ensure that we're actually building affordable units in this community. So the Building Better Futures program will add, of the 2,500, just over 600 of those will be added to Waterloo Regional Housing Stock, which will continue to put the region of Waterloo in this community as the largest provider and owner of social housing in this community. And you can also see just in 2024 alone, we're putting forward a capital plan that will see an investment of $87 million in capital to build new units, which is about 9 times more than the $11 million investment on the operational side for the plan to end chronic homelessness. So this is, to those who are asking, how do we balance investing in housing versus putting out the fire of chronic homelessness? This is how we're planning to do that as an organization and as a community. And in sort of the off-sited communities around the world, Finland and Vienna as 2 that often get picked up in areas where they've made significant investments to reduce and sometimes end chronic homelessness. They all have one thing in common, and that is a significant proportion of homes in those communities exist within social housing. I was looking at some of the information coming out of Finland in the municipality of Helsinki. The municipality itself owns 70% of the land in that community and is responsible for 60,000 units, to which they add 10% every single year. And so when we think about all of the work that we're doing to, again, put out the fire of chronic homelessness and find ways to ensure that people who, as of tonight, are living outside and living in tents have a place to come inside, we're also investing in the long-term capacity of this community to have enough social and RGI units for people to afford and come into. The other couple of points on this particular slide, you can see there's an addition of $10 million. We're referencing 3 new assets that are coming into this portfolio. The most significant piece of that is the purchase and the transition of University Avenue from a lease site into a regionally owned and operated supportive housing unit. If I could have the next slide, please. And this second slide in your package is just an overview of the WRH portion of the Building Better Futures, and you can see there the scale and scope of not only the financial investment that is required to ensure that these units come online. These are not small investments to make, and as you can see, the units there and the dates in which they are going to be brought forward and come online. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about this part of our capital program.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. I don't have any questions at this moment.
I have a question.
Oh. I was yeah. Okay, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sweeney. I was concerned that on the slide with the table that you just showed, Waterloo is the only municipality with the where the recently added units are equal to the total amount of units. Can you explain that for me?
Julie, put that slide back up. Can you put that slide back up?
It was the slide that was just up, I believe.
Sorry, so Councillor Hunick, you're looking at the King's Court? Yeah, so we're from 73 to 73?
Yeah.
So I actually don't have the specific answers, but what you're seeing there is in some cases we're able to take, for example, at Wilson Ave, if you're familiar with that building, there's enough land there to add new units to that. And so at King's Court, we're probably in a landlocked situation where we weren't able to add new units. I'd have to get you specifics on that one in particular, but that's why you see the difference, because in some cases, in redeveloping existing properties, we can actually add units to that.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Mr. Dyer wants to chime in too, Councillor Hunick.
Sure.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and further to Mr. Sweeney's comments. A few of the projects are a combination of new units being added and rebuilds of existing units. And so the reason you see the same number, so for King's Court, the building, it's an entirely new build with 73 new units being added.
Yay.
There are no renovated units at that location.
Okay. I just wanted to be known that we need more than 73 units at Waterloo. So thank you very much. Awesome.
Can I just quickly add to that, because that's the
sorry.
Oh no, but it's relevant. That's the project where the region invested in working with.
Yeah, no, I know, but jump to Liz, Councillor McCabe, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Sweeney. I know that this is part of, as you said, implementation of ensuring everyone has homes for all, and looking forward to these continued investments. I was wondering if you could speak to our housing waiting list and how this will help impact those on the wait list.
Councillor James.
That was a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So the short answer is the more affordable units that we can bring into the system, the more positive impact we'll have on the housing waiting list. The housing waiting list as of right now is 8,391. I have asked staff for an opportunity to come back to council with a bit more comprehensive. We do have in our work plan some additional efforts to address some of the challenges around the wait list. So Councillor Salonen will be coming back with that. So the short answer is it will absolutely have an impact. And as I mentioned I think it was last week. The other thing we have to ensure is that we are working within the community to ensure that units that are pre-existing in potentially market hands don't fall into a place where they become unaffordable. So I think the stat I shared last week was that across Canada, for every unit that we've added in affordable housing across the country, we've lost 11. So unfortunately, at the moment, it's not a one-for-one, but it's certainly every unit we can add and every opportunity we can have to provide the supports for people experiencing chronic homelessness and move people through. This will have a positive impact. You're welcome. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Commissioner Sweeney, thank you for the added info. I find it interesting. We're using Finland as the example, and in all probability we should, but there are unique differences with a population of 5 million in Finland compared to 40 million in Canada. Not to mention Finland has some of the highest taxes. They're third ranking in the world, in Canada's 25th. So it's not exactly the same when we want to do the comparisons there, but it is something that I think everyone would love to strive for in terms of how we deal with our housing and homelessness. The question I have for you, Commissioner Sweeney, is around the asset management with our current properties. What, in terms of our budget, where's that, and how much of an investment with our asset management for some of the housing that we're already providing?
Do you have that one, Craig? I just don't want to give the wrong number.
Through the chair, the figure will be available in the budget book. We'll just give us a few minutes. We'll look it up and let you know.
Thank you.
Do you want to follow up or call it?
You can get back to me on that. I just want to know in terms of the asset management.
Thank you, Chair Harris. This is good news. I'm really pleased to see that we're moving ahead. It is somewhat discouraging to see that our 6,000 person waiting list is now over 8,000. And I think that's something that we have to recognize as we go forward to lobby other levels of government. I just really wanted to connect, and I know this is a capital report, but can you just talk about where the personnel, whether it's our partners or staff, whether managing the building or providing support services, where that would show up in the budget, if you can?
Chair Redmond, are you referring to like partners who would be operating supportive housing? So the operational contract that we would have, for example, with an Indwell to provide supportive housing in a Waterloo Regional Housing facility would show up in our homelessness operational budget, and then anything related to ongoing upkeep of that actual asset and building would be in the capital side.
And I guess I just am hoping to remind all of us that everything is connected. It isn't just capital and it isn't just operating. They work hand in glove, and when we are a region growing as quickly as we are, it's really important to keep our eye on the ball so that we have the staff and the partners to provide the service that goes along with the capital investment.
Okay, so that was Mr. Dyer for the answer to Councillor James's question.
Yes, through the chair, the asset renewal program for Waterloo Region housing units is $191 million over 10 years. So almost $20 million a year.
Councillor McCabe, sorry, cut you off there, but I'd like you to chime in because I know you had a thought. You'd like to chime in there. No, go ahead. You were going to.
I just wanted to refresh Peter's memory and Chantel's memory about that, or Councillor Unick's memory that the King's Court is a new build, and it was a really innovative project that the region had partnered with the contractor. I forget the names, to bring in like youth to work on to build skills around learn to use skilled trades and things like that. So that project. That's why that 73 is the same. So it's a great project, and we're happy that it's there.
Excellent, thank you. I don't have any further speakers or questioners on this one, so I guess I'd like to move over now to the airport. Mr. Regier.
Thank you, Chair Harris. So this slide provides a brief overview of the capital program for the airport. The capital program for the airport is driven by the master planning process. And back in 2017, Council had approved a new master plan for the airport, which saw our business focus on the ultra low cost carrier business. We built the strategies is founded on the concept that we do our planning work in advance, so that when we do have an opportunity like we've had with Flair to dramatically expand service at the airport, we're able to move very quickly to facilitate the growth that we need and build the kind of facilities that are required to support the air service. So we've called this a trigger-based system, where once we hit a certain trigger of a number of passengers, in any given year. We automatically move to the next stage of the planning process. And the work that you've seen us conclude over the last couple of years, the doubling of the terminal building, for example, which is just being wrapped up now, it was the result of this trigger-based system of planning and then capital investment, which followed success in the marketplace. So the capital program is simply an extension of this out into the future. The council approved a strategy which saw us essentially build a business which allowed us to capture all of the air travel that's taking place in the Waterloo region over the next decade or so. Pre-COVID, we were generating about 2.5 million passengers per year out of this market area, and most of that traffic, probably 90 to 95% of that, was going to Toronto Pearson on the 401, and so the current master plan, which will be updated in the new year, was designed to capture that. Now we're moving towards 500,000 passengers. And the planning of the next set of investments is predicated on further success in increasing those numbers according to our forecast. And I would say that if we don't see success in growing the market, then all we will have done is more planning work, which allows us to react quickly to future demand increases when they come. Council won't be asked to make major capital investments unless we do hit our triggers in the future. So the highlights of this year have been that because of our success up to this point, we've been required by Transport Canada to establish 24/7 firefighting capacity at the airport, and in exchange for that, they are financing 2 new fire trucks for us, which is a great news story. They're on order. We should receive them in a year or so. We are currently finishing up the expansion of the international arrivals section, where CBSA offices are moving up into our former office space in the terminal building, and the CBSA offices are being converted into a passenger entrance. We are just finishing the work on, we're, I'd say, about 3/4 of the way through the technical work on a fairly significant update to the master plan. We hope to bring that to council in Q1 of next year for some discussion. As I mentioned to council the other day, we're now engaging the community in a set of discussions about the vision for YKF, and we're looking forward to that conversation with council in the new year. So we have a program starting in 2024, some of which has been deferred per Mr. Dyer's earlier slide into 2025 and 2026. These include the construction of office space for our staff. Right now, our airport administration staff are in trailers out at the ops center. You might have seen them if you've been out there. They're very comfortable, but they are trailers. So we're hoping to replace them with good office space. And we've had a number of tenants express interest in collaborating in potential office expansion there. And then if you look out into the longer term, we have got the potential for a new terminal building in the master plan. Our terminal right now has got the capacity for about 1 million passengers a year. We might be able to stretch that out a little bit further. I'm not going to say how much further because I know that the manager of the airport would protest. But we know that as the number of flights increase, congestion in the early morning will increase as well, and so at a certain point it'll become untenable to sustain the growth there without real inconvenience to passengers. So, the 10-year forecast does include the potential to expand essentially to build a new terminal building, because we know that there's not enough space at the existing location for a major expansion. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Yep, and we have a few. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I was wondering on the fleet vehicle replacement in the 10-year capital. I see that about 3.2 million previously we had unspent, and then there's an ask for another 2 million for this year. I was just wondering if you could explain, I don't know if we're like saving up for if those fire trucks are very expensive or what exactly that is.
Yeah, the 2 fire trucks for 3.2 million. Yeah, that's, yep. The 2 million would be the refresh, like just that we have a very significant inventory of things like snow clearing equipment, maintenance equipment, and that sort of thing that's out there that needs to be periodically refreshed per our fleet management plan.
Okay, great. And then I was also wondering, and I appreciate this isn't impacting our budget today necessarily, but I see the construction for terminal expansion in phase 2 has quite the price tag coming 2029 to 2033. Yeah. I'm wondering, are we putting away money for that in some sort of reserves, applying for funding? How is that long-term? How are we helping to save up for that?
Well, we do have a capital reserve for the airport that is getting refreshed. It's not right now at the scale that could support that kind of investment, but the business model sees a significant increase in revenue. We won't actually trigger that expansion until we hit some passenger targets that we're bringing in a lot more revenue than we're currently. As the director of the airport has said, we have an operating model right now that has a pretty significant fixed cost because of the regulations that Transport Canada imposes on airport operations. But our operating costs won't increase a lot as we expand the passenger numbers going through the terminal. So we think that there's an opportunity to increase revenue and then start planning for an expansion. Yep.
Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the fire trucks that you're ordering, they're a specific design for airports? I'm talking in terms of how the relationship to a city fire truck, that sort of thing?
Through you, Chair Harris, Councillor Craig's question is over my head, and I'm going to ask the director of the airport to respond to that one.
I'm coming to you live from our trailer, our VIP trailers. Through you, yes, they are specifically designed for single driver use at the airports, and they're specifically designed to meet the regulations for airports. And I will say they are 100% funded by Transport Canada because we were forced into meeting this new legislative upgrade. They did come last year. Some of you were in attendance and make that announcement that they were funding these trucks 100%.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up question. The personnel that operate these fire trucks, I know that in the cities, as an example, fire trucks are running all the time to some extent with tiered responses and so on. So what do the personnel at the airport do when they're not driving to some sort of problem?
Through you, Chair, we have that is gaining a lot of popularity in Canada called the Airport Operations Specialist. So all of our staff, our operations staff at the airport, winter maintenance, summer maintenance, and we train all of our operations staff. So when they're not on active duty for fire services, they're out plowing snow, cutting grass, whatever needs to be done to keep the airport operating.
Okay, that's
It's a
fine. No,
very efficient model that airports use.
no, thank you very much.
Councillor Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair, same type of thing, Chris, and I wish you could show council a picture of your fire trucks, because they're quite unique, and you would, council, you'd be amazed at them. So with the two new trucks, you're going to be hiring 2 new teams of staff, is that correct? No, you're using existing staff? Even better. Now, is this like ambulances where we have to pay for them up front and then we get reimbursed?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we, Craig, I assume we're taking this from some reserve and hoping to replace it. How long's the turnaround? About a year, is it, Chris, like the ambulances?
It's a 14-month to build, so we ordered them probably 4 or 5 months ago, so we should have them by October, November of 2024.
But then that's when we pay for them. When do we get paid back from the government?
Should be quite soon after that. We would, once, we've had to work with them on the procurement and everything. They've approved everything, our tender process. They've approved the amount. And then once we pay for the trucks, then we would submit for reimbursement, and it should be within a month or so, I would assume. They're quite good, actually.
Well, that's good news.
Councillor McCabe.
Through you, Chair. I'm curious about the $1 million for the environmental sustainability studies, and what that is going to encompass. And I'm assuming that that's not the first time you've done an environmental and sustainability study about the airport, but yeah, if you could just tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, certainly. Thanks for the question. We have done many environmental studies. Most recently, the studies required for the extension of runway 1432, which is our crosswind runway. That runway is proposed for lengthening to 7,000 feet to be used as an alternative and for the existing primary runway under crosswind conditions, and as a backup for use when we need to take the primary runway offline for maintenance and that sort of thing. The work that we've got anticipated here for 2024 to 2026 will result from the master plan that we'll be bringing to council in the new year. And it will include the environmental studies that might be needed for the relocation of the terminal at some point, the design of road infrastructure, things like habitat relocation and archaeological work and that sort of thing.
So there's nothing that doesn't really scream in sustainability.
Yeah,
is there anything in there that's about the sustainability pieces of the airport that you talk about sometimes? I mean, relocating habitat, adding, yeah. I mean, what are the, like? I thought you were going to say that this is looking into how you can work to make the airport and the operations of the airport more sustainable.
Yeah.
Is that some of what's going to be in that work too?
Yeah, I neglected the sustainability side of that agenda. We are looking at alternative sustainable aviation fuels systems and other measures to reduce the greenhouse gas impacts of airport operations. So that's a key component. The framework for that will be first articulated in the master plan that we will be bringing to council in the new year, and so the sustainability pieces will also flow out of that. They'll be identified in the master plan and brought to council for direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was last week at our budget sessions, we had talking about setting some funds aside for economic development. And I think it's important for council to remember the economic driver that the airport has been for this region. And Mr. Regier or Mr. Wood can correct me on this, but I think over the last 4 or 5 years, we spent about $10 million on land acquisition around the airport. And 300 or 400 of acres of that land, some of it's for the airport development, some of it's environmentally sensitive that can't be used. But then there's another significant chunk of about 100 acres that's used for future development, which would enhance the aerospace industry that we're trying to focus on. So the airport has been a significant economic driver for our community, not just in terms of the airport, the terminal, the passengers, but also the potential for creating more employment opportunities with the acquisitions that we've made there over the last number of years. And I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I don't see any other speakers. And so, Mr. Regier, I'll let you continue on.
Thank you very much. The next slide refers to our brownfield tax incremental grant program. Council will recall that we have a very progressive grant program for brownfields, which has been responsible for a very significant level of investment in intensification projects, most of which have been transit-oriented developments inside of our urban area. As our community knows, we have a very some might say rich and environmental legacy of industrialization that has left us with a lot of real estate where the remediation costs, the cleanup costs exceed the value of the land. So the program that council has put in place allows for us to rebate taxes for up to 10 years to cover the remediation costs of those properties. So we have got a number of projects which we're introducing into the new capital program. Decisions that have been made in the last year or so. And then we have a forecast of additional capital grants or tax incremental grants that we'll be adding to the budget in order to support this program. And just for reference, the council has made tax incremental grant agreements to the tune of almost $100 million, but that has resulted in well over $1 billion of residential and employment land development in the Waterloo region. And the investments have been across the 3 cities, and I believe we've had one in one township as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I think Danielle DeFields is on to answer any questions as well that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Not seeing any questions at this time, so we'll continue to move on. We've got Equitable Services and Opportunities section overview, and I believe John is back to talk about that.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, hello again, Council. I'm back. I'm here to lead the discussion from a number of us regarding equitable services and opportunities. I would like to remind everybody that this is one of the pillars of the new regional strategic plan. I think it's also important to recognize that our capital master plan for not just paramedic services, but for many services and departments touch on other pillars of the strategic plan as well. And in our case, specifically at paramedic services, it's also about being a resilient and future-ready organization and making sure we have climate-aligned growth. You can go to the next slide, please. I would like to acknowledge the collaboration and contribution that occurs cross-departmentally as we develop these plans. In our case in particular, with fleet and facilities management, working with us hand in glove to making sure that we have a strong plan over the next 10 years. It also includes our partners in finance, legal and real estate, and human resources, so thank you to all of them. In particular, if I can direct your attention to the underway section, I'll focus on the vehicles at first. So this year, in addition to what you see there on the slide, where we're adding 11 new ambulances next year, and I'll explain that in a minute, we did complete the replacement of 6 of our oldest ambulances, and by the end of the year, we'll have added 5 new ambulances to support the growth that council has already approved over the last year and a half. Some of those ambulances are coming a bit late, to be totally honest with you, and that's because the build cycle from our vendor has been delayed due to the pandemic and supply chain issues. So we have been operationalizing, putting paramedics out in the street in ambulances that should be replaced, and now we're replacing those ambulances. So it's a bit of a catch-up game there. And we're also adding 2 new superintendent or first response SUVs to the fleet. In terms of next year, we are adding 11 new ambulances to the fleet. Of those 11, 5 are replacing existing units and as part of our capital replacement cycle for ambulances. As I'll remind council right now, our capital replacement cycle is on a 5-year cycle. In terms of replacing, we find that 5 years allows us to get the most out of the ambulance in each ambulance in a sustainable way, and also allows us to auction off and things like that. So once we add those 11 new ambulances, replace everything, our total fleet will be we'll have 62 ambulances, 4 first response unit, and 6 operation support vehicles, which our superintendents will use. And the vehicle enhancements will continue in accordance with the fleet expansion master plan. What's not on the slide there related to vehicles, but I think it's an important story to tell, is that as part of the climate-aligned growth strategic pillar, we are moving towards electrification of our vehicles that are not the non-emergency response capable vehicles, and I'll explain why that is different. So for example, for our community paramedicine program, our entire fleet are electric vehicles and will continue to be electric vehicles. And by the end of 2023, that'll be 5 electric vehicles for the community paramedicine team. By the end of 2023, we are adding a supervisor vehicle. It was some of those vehicles I already mentioned. That is a hybrid vehicle as well. So we're I guess testing the waters in that regard. Our goal is to replace any of our administrative vehicles with electric vehicle solutions for obvious reasons. And then in 2024, with delivery in 2025, to support our logistics operations, we are adding an e-transit van that will electrify the transportation of our support fleet as they go out into the community and pick up supplies and things like that. And then finally, installation of electric vehicle charging stations at both our north and south headquarters is now complete, and we're working through the operations of that. With respect to facilities, this is a bit of a different story for a variety of reasons. I will direct you to the notable changes section at the bottom of the slide there, and that is we are experiencing, like everywhere else for facilities and land acquisition, cost escalations with respect to both land acquisition and construction. Simply put, it's more expensive to buy land and build a paramedic station now than it was years ago, and those costs continue to increase. As everybody knows. With respect to, can we see the slide? Sorry, my eyes. In terms of, I'll get to planning and land acquisition in a bit, but if I could direct your attention, one of the things we're starting in 2024 that we're very excited about, as people know, and as council has been already shared, this has already been shared with council, is we're partnering with other services and systems at the 651 Concession Road project. And we want to partner more in terms of multi-use sites where we think we can be a partner with others and still put paramedics in high response areas or high needs areas. So we're doing that for 651 Concession. Currently for the planning expansion of Waterloo Station, who I know some people around the horseshoe will be interested to know about, we currently have a station that is owned by the City of Waterloo. It's an old fire station. We use one of the garage bays right now, and we are talking with the City of Waterloo about assuming control of the other garage bay to increase our ability to deploy out of that station. So we're working on that as well. And then we have some renewal work going on at our 120 Maple Grove site, although it may not seem like it, that site is coming up on 20 years old. And so there is some reconstruction work needed specifically to the garage floor there. In terms of future construction, I've already mentioned 651 Concession Road. And then we are looking at land acquisition for a number of different sites, all in conjunction with our master plan. And so those areas include in Kitchener, in the Fisher-Hallman and Bleams Road area, we're looking for land. Also in the River Road and Fairway Road area, and both of those areas, our data shows high demand for 911 calls for paramedic services. So that's one of the reasons we're going there. In Cambridge, an additional station in the Dundas and Main area. And then in Waterloo, Weber Street North and Northfield. And then we do need to have a conversation or continue our plan. The Westmount Station, as much as we can expand with it now, as I mentioned, with the second garage bay, we will come to a point where that station will be not big enough to support our operations in the future over the next 10 years. So we need to look at what we're going to do with that. But those are our plans, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and glad you corrected yourself on the word waiver there.
Sorry.
Just joking.
Still new to the area.
It's tricky. It's okay. What was my question? Oh, around the partnerships that you mentioned, I'm wondering if one of the potential opportunities when you are locating stations and building partnerships, about the potential for building up on top of the stations, and if you've considered maybe with your colleague Peter the opportunity to put like affordable housing or other housing on top of those on top of the stations that you're developing.
Thank you for your question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I do know for 651 Concession Road, one of the partners on that project is affordable housing, as a matter of fact, to go above. We see us as being a first floor tenant and then putting other people, unless you want us to jump from the roof and then into the ambulance, but we see us as being a first floor tenant and then working with other system partners in who can be above us on the same property.
Oh, great.
Getting the most out of the land as we can.
Great, really happy to hear that, and just also with local area municipalities, fire departments, just as you expand and the new paramedics come online, just really interested as we start to look at data for calls and how that will impact potentially the nature of the calls to which the fire department and fire police ambulance, we know there's constantly a sort of a push-pull around who responds to what, and so look forward to seeing what the data looks like as we bring new paramedics online and how that might shift responses with other services. But thank you, really glad to hear about that affordable housing partnership that you're looking at.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief. Don't see any other questions at this time, so I really appreciate you coming in. I believe that's it for us today with you, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up would be Rod on culture. Mr. Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Harris. So this slide speaks to the capital program with cultural services. The bulk of the capital program is focused on the museums that we have responsibility for. I will say that we've got an update to the report. We've got an update for council on the upgrade of utilities and the ongoing work, planning work that's going on at the Ken Sealing Waterloo Region Museum and Dune Heritage Village, coming to council in December, and then further information on the utility upgrade coming early in the new year. I will say here that the utility upgrade that we had planned for 2023 rather, came in well over budget. We did go out for a second round of tenders, and the pricing remains above what we had forecast originally. So we're in the process of reviewing the capital budget and moving items further out into the future to allow that to allow us to cover the costs within our existing budget. So the overall long-term budget includes building renewal at about $14 million, main gallery exhibit refurbishment for about $4 million, some ongoing work at the Schneider Museum, and some expansion of our capacity in the curatorial center. If some of you have had the pleasure of being in the center, you'll know that we're able to make better use of that space, so that work is underway now. The planning for that is underway. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that you've all been very supportive of the innovation that's going on at the museums, the type of programming that we're developing, traveling exhibits like Debedjimoen and others that have really been cutting new territory in the interpretation of our collective histories here in the Waterloo region.
Councillor James.
Thank you. Thanks, Rod, for this. I have a question. Where specifically is the curatorial center storage? Where is that? Which location?
Yeah, so if you go, if you don't take the main entrance, but if you travel up Homer Watson or down Homer Watson further to the west, northwest, you will get to a second entrance. Immediately past the primary entrance. You turn right into there and you go to the back of the complex. So we have our offices, we have our storage, a large storage facility there. We have our design studios for building exhibits, designing exhibits, and our conservation lab is back there as well. And if you have not been there, then I'd certainly invite you out. It's a really great facility.
Haven't been back there. I also want to say that I've seen the work that's being done that has been done at Schneider House, the back kind of stage area that's set up. I think it's wonderful. My 6-year-old had her birthday there, so I think there's awesome. There's so much opportunity. I'm glad to see this be it currently future investment in these spaces within the regions. Thanks, Rod.
Thank you, Rod. I don't see any other questions, so I'd like to continue on with our agenda. We've got Jerry, Resilient and Future Ready Organization Section Overview. Invite you down, Jerry, to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you again this afternoon. I want to recognize that building a resilient and future-ready organization is an important priority for the region. And it's been outlined in the strategic plan, and the information about what it looks and feels like in the region has been presented to you before. So I'm here with some of my colleagues to present how this looks in our departments. Next slide. I'm here to share with you what facilities and fleet management is already doing and can do more of to support the larger organization in an effort to create a resilient and future-ready organization. I'm going to look today at what's already underway, what we're starting in 2024, and what we see in the future for the organization. Underway, we already have ongoing state of good repair work on both buildings and vehicle replacements. Being responsible stewards of the assets we have is critical to being future ready and resilient. We have corporate space optimization also underway, where we are creating innovative hybrid workspaces that staff find inviting and attractive. The spaces offer different options so that staff can adjust how they work as their needs change throughout the day. corporate space optimization has helped us to defer and avoid the need for new construction of employee buildings and spaces as the region expands and grows. It has also allowed the region to move out of lease space into region-owned spaces. In 2024, we plan to continue the next phases of the corporate space optimization plan, and we'll continue to see the benefits of this program expand to other regional employees. In 2024, we will also see the beginning stages of the King Victoria Transit Hub. The early works construction, which will provide, the transit hub will provide a landmark development and train station that connects the region and the Toronto-Waterloo Innovation Corridor. And in the future, we'll continue to move forward with the King Victoria Transit Hub work, as well as continuing our state of good repair work on both our buildings and vehicles. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
There are none, Jerry, at this time, and I know you're up next with facilities, but I guess a comment, because I know I always ask for questions, but I know we can't, we look forward to getting that King Victoria Transit Hub moving along fairly quickly if we can. So I know it's been a long time in the works, and it'll be a major hub for our community, so.
Thank you.
Oh, I got Jerry and facilities up next. Jerry covered two items in one, so thank you, Jerry. Mike, roads rehabilitation, you're back up, Mr. Henderson. Thank you.
Thank you again through you, Mr. Chair. There are several projects listed in our roads rehab program. This is one that is especially, I think, pertinent to the resilient and future-ready organization, but it also does touch, as some of my predecessors have said, on several of the other strategic pillars, climate change as well. The capital program really is about resiliency and life cycle optimization. Extending our roads life with the proper programmed events. So in our base program, it not only allows us to fix the asphalt and the underground infrastructure, it also affords us the opportunity to combine these needed treatments to make our network more robust, more resilient, with things like improved cycling facilities, pedestrian improvements, linking together with GRT improvements. It allows us to make environmental improvements, and it allows us to address climate change resiliency as well. One of the interesting things we've done in the transportation group over the last year, in addition to how we compile all of the asset information on our roads and our sidewalks and our underground infrastructure, is to also build in with our corporate climate change group a climate change resiliency factor into this. So we are working with our climate change, corporate climate change group to further evaluate how resilient our infrastructure is to climate change. Are our bridges too low? Do we have the proper capacity in our storm sewer systems to accommodate the more frequent storms? So it is built into, from the adaptation lens, Councillor McCabe, it is built into our roads rehab program, whereas on the development side, it is more towards mitigation and looking at more of the aspirational goals with respect to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. So I won't go into the details of all of the projects that are listed, but suffice it to say, the roads rehab program not only allows us, again, to fix that core infrastructure, it also provides us the opportunity to make our existing network expand its capacity in terms of pedestrian facilities, cycling facilities, environmental improvements, and safety improvements. So it really touches on all aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor James.
Thank you, Mike. I just have a couple of questions regarding the project starting in 2024, maybe in the budget book, but do you know when the anticipated start date is and how long for completion for some of these? I'm conscious of Bleems Road in particular. I hear a lot regarding the development around there. So just a little bit of a time frame for starting and completion.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. Most of our construction projects start early in the year, so May, April, and would typically, hopefully, end before November during the construction season.
Within the same year?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Curious if you, when you do these road rehabilitation projects, and thank you for, answering some, my other questions around climate change and mitigation. But I'm just curious if you also are adding in speed reduction, speed reduction measures on some of these roads. Is it suitable for that? Because we know that speeding is a significant issue certainly on local roads, but certainly on some of our regional roads as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So as part of our rehabilitation program analysis, we would look at whether or not there are speeding problems on any particular corridor that we're looking to improve. If there are speeding problems present, we would certainly look at possible ways to mitigate the speeding problem through geometric changes. So yes, that is considered, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just to respond to Councillor James's question on Bleems Road. Bleems that's a much more significant project, so that's not a one-year project. The construction is expected to last 2 or 3 seasons. So that's not going to be a one-year project. But we've heard, we're trying to stage things to make the access as easy as possible for those in the development. And just to respond to Councillor McCabe's question, there are, some of these projects include roundabouts or intersection treatments that help with speed. There are also crossings. I know Myers Road, for example, is critical in Cambridge, especially now that some trucks are going on the eastern branch there. So that includes a number of areas where either we can build, I know Myers, for example, there's the construction of a curb to be able to decrease the crossing in front of a school, and that will help also reducing speed. So there are some speed and traffic calming implements that are part of the scopes of these projects.
Okay, thank you. Next steps, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. Before just going through, before getting to the 2 briefing notes that are on the agenda today, just a reminder that this committee is back together on December the 13th at 10 a.m. And council is scheduled then to meet at 7 p.m. in the evening. We'll provide information that will include the final results around public engagement, including some recent public engagement by Grand River Transit. We'll have our annual report on the municipal budget regulations. We'll have whatever motions are submitted by councillors prior to the previously established deadline of noon on December the 4th. There'll be resolutions to approve changes to user fees and charges and adopt a new bylaw effective January the 1st. And of course, approval of the 2024 operating and capital programs. With that, back to the chair for the 2 briefing notes that are on the agenda today.
Okay, well, I guess I'll turn that back over to you, Mr. Dyer, for those 2 briefing notes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the first one on page 85 of the agenda is just an information report, basically providing some background information on a couple of proposed notices of motion, one from Councillor James at the meeting on November the 1st, and then a resolution from Councillor McCabe on November the 8th. So we've provided additional information on each of those motions, and staff are here to ask any to answer any questions. I don't
Don't see any questions, Mr. Dyer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And the second briefing note on today's agenda is found on page 89, which is a series of responses to requests that have been made over the course of the budget process so far, I believe going perhaps back to the November 1st agenda. Not planning on going through these in too much detail. There's a number of specific and technical questions around transit services, which we have answered. Some additional questions with respect to housing and homelessness, particularly around the requests for housing, basically around the size of the units that are requested from those on the wait list, and a number of other questions about the wait list as well. We also provide some information around our salary gapping provision in the budget, as well as a detailed listing of the staff complement changes that are included in the budget. Those are summarized in Appendix A, and then Appendix B includes a detailed listing of staff complement for 22, 23, and proposed numbers for 2024. There is one recommendation in this report on page 89, and it relates to a service expansion that was put forward with respect to stage 1 LRT and proposed service level change. And the recommendation essentially modifies the nature of the service expansion that was originally proposed and approved by Budget Committee with respect to stage 1 LRT. And so the amendment would reflect a service level that would comprise 10-minute at-peak headways all year, effective June 2024, and maintaining the current service level of 15-minute headways all year as well. That's explained further in the report, and we have staff here that can answer any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. So we do have a recommendation that we will need to vote on. And I was going to say I'm happy to entertain questions, which we have one. Councillor McCabe.
Not a question, just that I'm prepared to move the motion.
Okay. So we've got a motion moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor James, and I'll read the motion. Oh, you've got it? Okay, good. Well, then, if there are no further questions, we will ask folks to go to eScribe to vote. And that is passed. Folks, no communications, other business. I know, Mr. Craig, you had your opportunity this morning. Any further thoughts?
No, I think I've expressed them. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Seeing none, we will now start a vote to adjourn the strategic planning and budget meeting. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please vote. Okay, folks, we will break and be back at 6 p.m. sharp to start what will shaping up to be a fairly lengthy final public budget input meeting. So, yeah, 6 o'clock we're going to be starting.